Alten mag et zu ita saluda antes Dio niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante todo a nogi distancia como gupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fando Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It is Thursday, the 6th day of August, and of course, we've got a great big, huge show for you guys. We almost switched it back to containing COVID with all the news that came out yesterday about COVID-19 and the recent surge in positive cases. Of course, we had Dr. Mangloni on yesterday from Public Health to discuss that, and this morning we'll have Dr. Hoa Nguyen from the Physicians Advisory Group to kind of go into what I feel is an alarming increase in positive cases. And it's not necessarily the number. It's, when we talk about contact tracing, you can maybe follow along when we had the announcement yesterday from across a restaurant, and now late last night, an announcement from Father Duenas Memorial School.
Yeah. You want me to go ahead and read that?
Please. Yes.
So they posted this on Instagram, and I believe it went out on the parent chat that at Father Duenas Memorial School, the safety of the community is a capital priority because we take the confidence that parents have entrusted in us very seriously. We must be transparent and communicate when there may be cause for any safety concerns. A member of the school community has been identified as a positive case. While it is unlikely that the infection originated from within the school, we must take precautions to ensure the safety of our student and faculty. As of August 6th, students will be attending classes remotely until we have more information regarding the safety to return back to the classroom. Faculty will continue their lessons as stipulated in our protocol. Again, at Father Duenas Memorial School, someone there has been identified as a positive confirmed case of coronavirus. And as of today, they are going to be doing classes remotely.
Right, and so I had actually messaged my boy, hey, have a good day off, and he was like, no, we still got to do our work, so
right.
They still got to work. 6:17, and there was also news about some other positives out of the Guam Power Authority, and so we're going to get Art Perez from GPA to come on and talk about this. Again, the message, please, my dear people of Guam, wear your masks. Practice the social distancing.
Practice good hygiene. Wash your hands.
Wash your thumbs. Wash your fafa. You might as well wash your fafa while you're at it,
Yeah. And if you don't really need to go out anywhere, then just stay home and enjoy the time with your family.
Right.
For me, like hearing about FD, it just kind of concerns me a little as I contemplate whether or not I'm going to allow my son to do face-to-face. I know I should have made the decision already, but I'm just struggling with whether or not I really want him to go to school and on campus.
Yeah, and Bria, I know you're not the only parent who's struggling with this, and I'm sure there are even some parents out there who probably decided, it's kind of tailing off. We're in PCOR 3, nobody cares, so my kids are going to go back to school, but now it's the complexion is a little different, and I'm pretty sure there's some parents who have done a complete 180.
Yeah.
And there was also an editorial I saw this morning about whether or not we need to look at the number of positive cases and then discuss a possible delay in the opening of the public school year. And, not to alarm you guys, that conversation hasn't happened, but I mean, it's a valid concern to say that with these increases in positives, do we really need to start looking at what's open and what do we need to scale back already? Go ahead.
And I was going to say, I understand the argument that, we're testing more people, and therefore you can anticipate that we're going to see more positive cases.
Right, yeah.
I get that, but,
I don't get it.
For my child, I just not sure I want to take the risk of doing anything. My son, he does go to jiu-jitsu, which I'm comfortable with because it's like a little baby step. Like, okay, he's going.
Right.
And he's fine. And there's all kinds of safety protocols that are in place when he goes. But now having to worry about, there's going to be a whole bunch of other kids, hundreds of kids that are going to be there. And, when he goes to jiu-jitsu, I'm there. I'm watching.
Yeah.
I'm like letting him off into the world. And I'm just not comfortable, I don't think.
Yeah, and so, parents out there, if you guys agree, chime in the comments. Give us a call here, 637-0094. Yeah, so this is... we just have to say, again, we have to take this serious. Don't write it off. We're seeing that, the positive cases, they're spreading. Okay, 14. And we've got them at restaurants, schools, government agencies. So I'm alarmed this morning, and I really think it goes back again to wearing the masks, practicing the social distancing, washing your hands and your thumbs, and not going anywhere you need to go. You know, people who are arguing about wearing the mask and you're brainwashed. You sound so stupid right now. This is exactly why we're doing this. It's a safety measure, right? And it's something we can do to be courteous to each other and respectful. And I mean, you know, we love you guys. We don't want you guys to get sick, and who knows who's sick. So we just got to mask up, Jay.
Yeah, I just had something I want to throw in because I've got a vested interest in the return to school too, because my mom, is a teacher at St. John's, and they're gearing up to go back to school. But, you know, I try and tell people, if people, you know, they send us tweets and they send us, you know, DMs and everything like that. And they're like, you know, Bree and I, you and I know about our interaction with, like, especially our young viewers and the kids right there, because when we were going through the North Korean missile crisis a couple of years ago, remember we were on Instagram Live every single night when we were doing the news, and the kids, you know, they're like, I'm scared, what's gonna happen, you know, can I see my grandma before, you know, everything gets really, really weird. And I try and tell the kids, it's like, okay, remember what we went through as a community, as a family, right, from March to July. Remember how boring it was. Remember how, you know, to put it frankly, remember how it sucked. We should be proud of how we came out of that, and we did this, and we were successful for the most part. But remember how bored you were. Remember how lethargic it used to be. You know, you weren't able to have like a regular sleep schedule and everything like that. You couldn't get out of the house. Let that be a reminder about why we need to mask up, put on gloves, stay socially distant, because we don't want to go back to that.
Yeah, we don't.
Let the fact that we went through that once, just all you have to do is just close your eyes and just remember. It's like, man, remember when I couldn't hang out with my friends and go out and everything? I mean, I know everybody wants to go back to normal. So do we. But remember that period in Guam history, and let that be your perpetual reminder about why we got to stay sharp.
And you know, the governor, she was on our show, was it early Monday?
Yeah, it was.
Monday.
And you know, she did say, yes, we're in PCOR 3, but at the same time, that doesn't mean, we're out of the woods and everything's fine. It's just, we have to continue to practice everything that we've been saying and what she's been saying.
Right.
About practicing social distancing and wearing a mask and being careful.
And Chris, we've got that promo that's running right now. You can see it on all our social media, but you even said, I think you even ad-libbed that word. You said, we are all soldiers in the war against coronavirus. So, you know, hey, Guam's got a rich history with the U.S. military. We are excellent service people. Like every drill instructor I've ever talked to says Guamanians are some of the best soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, everything like that. Keep up the fight, man. Don't let down. We got to do this, and this is only going to work if we all do it together.
And that's exactly also what Dr. Jana Menglotnya said when she came on the show yesterday. So, wow. Yeah, please give us a call, 637-0094. I'd like to hear from parents on how they formulated their decision on whether or not they're going to be sending their child to face-to-face classroom or distance learning.
Right. Yeah. So again, our posture this morning is really just be safe, do what you got to do to avoid the spread of COVID-19. And, you know, we're testing more. We're going to get more positives. More positives are more positives, you know. And the way I look at it is if we're testing more and we're catching positive, I don't think we're testing enough. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're testing enough. We've tested less than 10,000 people.
I'm sorry. Was yesterday a record high for the number of what? And just off the top of it, because yesterday was 512.
21 maybe, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the number of people that were tested in a single day, because yesterday was 512.
No, I think
the record's like in 600 something.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so it's 6:24 here. Let me just run down what we're doing on the show for you guys this morning. We're going to talk. Wow, I'm getting all kinds of messages here about possible positives. We're getting Jess Garcia from DPW. He's the deputy. We're going to talk about, we talk about the return to school, school busing. How are, how's the government of Guam going to make sure your kids are safe on that school bus as they're on the way to school? We'll also break bread with the Historic Preservation, Justice, Tourism, and Health Chair Senator Therese Terlahi. There's a programmatic agreement meeting this morning that I feel like you guys need to know about. Also, Dr. Hoa from the Physicians Advisory Group. Again, we'll touch base with Art Perez. find out about the COVID-19 positive cases at GPA, and we'll also ask him to not raise the power bills. And then we're going to get Cass Nakamura, who's the vice president of the Chukis Association of Guam, if he wakes up on time this morning. And also Mark Scott from the Guam National Guard will catch up with what they're doing, and then also he's got some info on there was the body that was found at one of the quarantine facilities yesterday. A man had passed, and the guard kind of runs that, and so we'll get them on. And then from the Attorney General's office, we're going to get the Consumer Protection Division. As you remember, we had the AG on a few days ago, and he had talked about a lot of things that are going on with the Consumer Protection Division, especially in with the COVID pandemic and the fraud that's happening and evictions. All right, so you're going to want to listen up. Can your landlord evict you? Yes. Is there a process they have to follow? Yes. So we'll tell you about that. And then at 9 o'clock, Bree, what's turning into our favorite part of the show?
Yeah, Decision 2020. We've got more candidates that we're going to be joining us from the Zoom room, and they are incumbents, Senator Amanda Shelton, as well as incumbent Vice Speaker Talina Nelson. And I'm looking forward to this particular interview. It's with a newcomer, a Republican, Michelle Armenta. So that starts at 9 o'clock this morning for 1 whole hour. If you do have a question, though, for the candidates, please post it in the comment section on our live stream.
Right, and then we'll keep track of those as the show goes on, and we'll be sure to pop the question for you. It's 6:27. Let's go ahead and move on to the KUAM newsroom and do our morning update here from the KUAM news team with our link update. It's Nestor Lecanto. Good morning.
Hafade and good morning, everyone. I'm Nestor Lecanto with your headlines here on The Link. The number of confirmed COVID cases continues to go up. According to the Joint Information Center, 14 people turned up positive out of 512 samples that were tested. 3 cases tested positive with Public Health, 9 cases tested positive at DLS, 1 case at GMH, and 1 case at Naval Hospital. These are all under investigation. 2 cases had recent travel to the continental U.S., and 1 was identified in a quarantine facility. To date, there have been a total of 389 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 5 deaths, 319 released from isolation, 3 hospitalized, and 65 active cases. 2 Guam Power Authority employees are confirmed to have come down with the coronavirus. Public Health was notified and is conducting standard contact tracing. GPA spokesman Art Perez says the agency is following all the required protocols to ensure the safety of workers and customers.
The employees are not are at home. They're at home resting, from what I understand, and we've from the onset, from the beginning of this pandemic, it's been communicated and practiced throughout the authority to take whatever measures we can to manage exposure.
Perez would not confirm if the 2 employees are from the same section or whether their jobs are customer facing, but they have advised fellow employees to get tested if they're concerned about contact.
Aside from the 2 confirmed cases, we encourage all employees. You have testing available at Public Health. You can go to your private clinic. If you feel you've been exposed or you exhibit the cautionary symptoms as put out by Public Health, you're encouraged to go get the testing and just make sure everything is okay and then report that.
He says GPA has taken all recommended measures to ensure the safety at its Fadian offices for the public as well.
You can visit our business offices and see the measures that are in place. The hand sanitizers, the glass, the face masks, the social distancing, so forth. As I mentioned earlier, at every level within the authority, be it within the workforce and with our interaction with our customers, we take that very seriously.
He says customers who would now rather not pay in person can instead pay online or by phone. GPA was also not able to say if the employees contracted the virus at work or elsewhere. There's finally a revenue projection for the fiscal year 2021 GovGuam budget. The legislature's Office of Finance and Budget says despite the economic downturn brought on by the pandemic, the government will collect just 8% less than the current fiscal year. OFB Director Steve Guerrero.
And everybody has their 2 cents of what's going to happen, but nobody has anything concrete enough to say this is what it is. So we take all that information and we try to make the best we can to figure out how we can use that information to move forward. And after all the hashing and mashing with numbers, we've come up to a level of about 774,697,305.
Add another $208 million in special fund revenue, and the OFB says the grand total projected revenue is $983 million, a drop of about $68 million than the current year's projected revenues. The projections rely heavily on continued federal pandemic assistance funding and military spending. Finance Chairman Senator Joe San Augustine says the governor agrees with their numbers and they stand by the projection.
And then we took a look at what's been going on in Guam, and we came up with a very conservative number, and our number actually reduced the budget from what the governor wanted in January of 824 to 775.
Meanwhile, the Budget Bureau is tracking a shortfall of just $13 million by the end of this fiscal year, despite the plunge in tourism. Officials have said federal stimulus payments and unemployment assistance have helped make up the lost visitor industry revenues. Senators are scheduled to meet in session next week. By law, they must pass a budget by the end of this month. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime. Back to you, Bree and Chris.
Thanks, Nestor. In more local news, the Guam Police Department is investigating a death at the Ocean View Hotel Government Quarantine Facility in Tumon. Governor's Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Augustine says a 40-year-old Turquoise man was found unresponsive in his room Tuesday night. He was transported to GMH, where he was pronounced dead after midnight. San Augustine says the death is not COVID-related, as he was swabbed and tested negative for the virus. She says he may have had underlying health conditions. There's a whole bunch of PUA money that has gone out. The Labor Department says more than $50 million worth of pandemic unemployment assistance will be mailed or electronically deposited. This includes about 7,000 new claim payments. GDOL paused last week's batch because it had to clear what Director David De La Sola said were a slew of fraudulent claims, mostly from off-island. This week's batch includes all of the cleared claims. Joining us now from our Zoom room with regional headlines is our Tomas Manglona. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Bree and Chris. Here's the latest making news in the CNMI with containing COVID-19. At a recent press briefing, the CNMI Governor's COVID-19 Task Force Chair Warren Villagomez speaks to the ongoing operations at the airport and quarantine facilities, as the CNMI has gone weeks without a confirmed case due to community spread. Media has released it. Take a listen to this clip.
Here, well, a couple updates as we all continue to see the numbers go up. But now we are at 46. It is still an inbound positive from flights that are coming to CNMI. We're doing our due diligence to make sure that it's not a cluster, not a community spread. So that's good news for us as our team at CACC, as well as our surveillance, defense, DCCA, Homeland Security, DPS continue to do all the efforts that needs to be done, from having Directive 8 in place, and thanking the community for continuing to adhere to Directive 8 measures as we continue to pan out our activities in Rhoda and Tinian as well. And we encourage everyone to if you're coming to CNMI, please register online and be accurate as possible in your registration, so we make sure that you are vetted into the system, and we protect and minimize the risk of importation of COVID-19 here in the CNMI. Other update, Gary, we're working closely with NMC, PSS, and the private school to for them to have a strong protocol in their setting in the event that the school decides, private or public, to have interactive sessions. So we're working closely with them, as well as some of the businesses that are still unsure on the protocol. We're working with ABTC, Commerce, to make sure that all adherence are being followed, and
from 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. the next day. All public beaches and pathways are open for recreational activities in the Sinamay, including social gatherings now that follows evening. Barbecue gatherings of no more than 25 people are permitted now. 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Bring Chris on news in Sinamay.
Thanks, Tomas. In international news, more than 100 people are dead and nearly 4,000 are injured after a massive explosion rocked Beirut. Many are still missing, with rescue teams frantically searching for any survivors. Ian Lee brings us the latest from the Lebanese capital.
The explosion was caught from different angles, but the devastation is everywhere. Glass and blood paved the streets of Beirut. Many of the city's residents turned into the walking wounded. Local hospitals, already struggling with COVID cases, filled up quickly. Doctors and nurses were forced to treat many in the street. I felt something like lightning striking across Beirut, this shop owner says. Then everything turned red and the force of the explosion threw me. The morning light revealed more of the destruction and desolation. Ground Zero is smoldering. Hundreds are still missing. The explosion was so massive it was felt in neighboring countries. It's believed roughly 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate used in fertilizer and bombs was responsible for the accidental blast. The explosive material had been stored for years at a portside warehouse. Lebanon's prime minister asked for international help while vowing a thorough investigation. What happened today won't pass without accountability, he says. Those responsible will pay the price for what happened. At the White House, President Trump offered his deepest sympathies.
Our prayers go out to all the victims and their families. The United States stands ready to assist Lebanon.
The country will need all the help it can get, already facing surging coronavirus cases, political unrest, and a severe economic crisis. Now Lebanon mourns its latest disaster. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
And finally, later in the link, joining us for our Decision 2020 coverage to take questions are candidates incumbent Amanda Shelton, Vice Speaker Talina Nelson, and newcomer Republican Michelle Armenta. Our D20 portion of the show kicks off at 9 o'clock this morning, and that is your news.
All right, thank you, Serena. Let's go ahead and get it started. We're talking about the reopening of public schools. That we are still talking about the reopening of public schools, and we had talked about the busing and how the Department of Public Works plans to transport your children to school safely in a way that mitigates the risk of the spread of the coronavirus. And so we'll bring on the deputy from DPW, Jess Garcia, on the Zoom room, the Link Zoom room. Good morning, Jess.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Hi.
First of all, thank you for figuring out the Zoom. Appreciate it.
Technology.
Are you like outside the office? You've got your seatbelt on, or you're in your car?
Yeah, I'm in the car. I pulled over.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Thank you for taking time.
Yeah, so let's get right into it. We got this. This is a tentative diagram that Jess was able to give us, and we're going to go ahead and pop that up. And this diagram basically is the proposed, and this is proposed as of last month, the proposed busing layout here. Is it? There's an example of a bus seating arrangement. Jess, I guess just first of all, tell us what kind of meetings did you guys have in trying to figure out how to get the kids on this bus in a way that prevents the risk of spread of COVID-19?
So working together with DOE and Department of Public Health and there's other key players involved in this school planning startup, Chris. So what we have there on the busing is the actual bus takes about 60 pack students on a bus on a regular school transport, and the proposed design is to take probably about 24 students, but there's still ongoing discussion on how do we manage the students in the bus. So we're looking at different options with getting assistance from the National Guard probably to assist us in the safe distancing in the bus.
So you're looking at a PAX of 24. Have you gotten any numbers from the Department of Education or even private schools in terms of how many students plan to be riding the bus?
Yes, that's the issue we're having right now. Is they haven't come up with the actual count of how many students and how they're gonna do their school classroom size and stuff like that. So that's all. The busing is going to depend on what they decide to do on the busing for the school. I mean the school classroom size and stuff.
Have they given you guys or set a deadline to come up with this final number? Because this seems like it's going to take a lot of planning.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, that's the problem, Sabrina. Is that we've been working with the schools and key players involved with this opening of the schools, right? So everything is not final yet, and it all depends on how they want to handle the school enrollment.
What about the school buses? Are they still being used to transport rivals to Guam?
To the quarantine
As
facility?
of this time, yes, we are using the school buses for the quarantine facility transport. But it depends again on what the requirements are going to be for the school. Either we contract the quarantine facility section of our operation at this time to private bus companies.
Yeah, just wondering if it's going to be,
But in the
buses
meantime,
you're using for
the
quarantine are going to be the same buses that you're going to be transporting school students.
But that's not a good look. I don't know if parents are going to want their kids on the COVID bus.
Yeah, well, anyways, so what happens with even with our regular busing with this COVID, right? Our drivers, as soon as the transport has been completed, they sanitize the bus and get it ready.
Okay,
for
so
anything that we have.
So then, if you could, then just take us through the protocol. My son's at the bus stop, and here comes DPW. They're going to pick him up. What happens from the bus stop to the campus?
Yes. Okay. So our regular our bus transport things. So once the child gets to the bus station, it becomes the responsibility of the government, DOE, and takes control and all. So how in the past, right? We have Amber Alerts of missing kids and stuff. So once they get to the bus stop and something happens to the kid, DOE and Public Works, we kick in our plan to operate looking for these kids and stuff like that, right? So it's the same thing. It's regular operations of our bus, the way we handle the kids. But now the key is how do we transport now with this COVID?
Right.
All right. So
from bus stop to the school and then school to home.
Mm-hmm. So
our regular operations are is the same, Sabrina.
Yeah. But what now that we're in COVID? What are the protocols? What's changed? My son just doesn't get on the bus,
that's
right?
What we're,
Does he have no mask,
so that's
no
what we're
entry?
working on with, yes. So that's what we're working on with public health and the other key players in this thing with the COVID.
Right.
So what it is what we gave you was a proposed seating arrangement in the bus.
Right.
So right now we're looking at maybe 24 max. It could be less, but we that's just for planning purposes. So depending on what the school decides is what's going to happen. Just say, for example, you have 30 kids on a school bus pickup, right?
Yeah.
Elementary kids. So are we going to send 2 buses there to pick that one station up? But we have other stations we need to pick up along that same route.
Mm-hmm.
So these are things that we have to figure out once the school gives us their schedule.
Right. Jess, so I'm thinking if we're having half the number of kids on the bus, that's either going to mean we need to do double the trips or have double the buses. I know we don't have double the buses. So when you talk about maybe contracting out the transportation services for the quarantine facilities, are we maybe looking at augmenting our school bus fleet by doing the same thing to help with the busing? Maybe private buses.
Yes, those are different things. So we don't only deal with the public school, right? Chris, we're dealing with private school transport too. So these are all things that have to come into play of how we're going to schedule our drivers. Do we have enough buses? Do we have enough?
Yeah, but it's 11 days away.
staff.
So how are we looking, Jess? Is it we're going to come up with a plan on the night before school, or?
But so it's still ongoing. I believe you have spoken to the superintendent, John Fernandez, and we're still coming up with the schedule and stuff, how to handle this thing.
Right. What about?
Rest assured that whatever it is, Public Works we're ready to tackle whatever issues we have with buses.
Right. Jess, what about, we had a comment here, and I don't even know if you got to this part. Temperature checks, that kind of thing before entry into the bus. So if you could answer that, do you know anything about that?
Okay. So roughly, so if those were discussions that we had with DOE, right? So if you were to have the bus driver do the temperature check before they get into the bus, then we're gonna have a significant delay in busing the school kids to school. So what's gonna be key to this whole thing, Chris, is that the parents, before they even get their kids ready for school, they should make sure that their kids are able to go to school with healthy, right? They get their if they're sick, they stay home. Don't send your kid to school if they have a cold or whatever. Precautionary measures, just stay home. And then what it is they'll get onto the bus. When they get to the school, and this is still on discussion, that when they get down at the school will take the temperature.
Right.
And then,
Sorry, I see that now.
So it's a lot of things that we're discussing, and it's DOE is trying to do the education part and the transport and stuff. So we're still working, and it's real difficult. This is a thing that we never tried before. So
Right.
we're gonna have issues probably starting up. It's not gonna be perfect, but we're gonna try to make it as easy as possible.
Jess, what about the younger kids? When we were talking yesterday, you had said something about, man, I don't know if I heard you right, National Guard on the elementary school buses to enforce the social distancing requirements.
So that's still that's still in the planning stage. So elementary kids, right? They're kind of
disattentive.
No, not. But it's harder for them to understand, right? The first time they're on the bus, right? Kindergarten or first, second, third graders, right? Those are the ones that kind of have a hard time obeying the rules, right? So what we're gonna do is probably, like, for the elementary kids, have the National Guard on the bus to make sure that this safe distancing and is abide to on the bus for the smaller kids until they become aware of how they're supposed to ride the bus with this COVID.
Right. So I'm just National Guard. We were joking about this yesterday. I mean,
well,
Jess, Nanga, hold on. Hey, you boy!
Okay, sir.
We're 6 feet. We're 6 feet away, boy. Are they going to be armed or armed National Guard?
We're going to get the ones that are calm.
Sir, yes, sir.
No, the drill sergeant. We're not putting a drill sergeant.
Yeah, don't put the drill sergeant. Put the nice private. So you are considering that because the kids, there's a lot of unknown factors in there, right? And I can just see little kids coming in the bus and they want to sit next to their best friend and they go and do that, and it's social distancing. So there's going to be some type of grown up we're looking at having some type of grown up other than the bus driver, right? Because like you said, bus driver got to drive the bus.
Right.
Yes, and then we're also looking at other stuff, right? So you know how you have these people that are put out of unemployment because of the COVID with the PUA, stuff like that. So people that are not working and they, we're trying to see how can we work the system in where those people that are unemployed can be employed to work while they're getting some kind of a payment from the government or whatever it is. Well, it's all discussion, Chris.
Yeah.
What about
We don't have to use the National Guard if we come up with
why don't we use
another
ninjas?
form of getting employment. Then
What about your bus drivers and ensuring they're also, protected and safe?
Yes, so that's why the bus driver would just drive the bus, and then the person or the National Guard or whoever we assign to make sure the placement of the kids in the bus is handled by somebody else.
Right, but do your bus
We want the bus
drivers...
driver just to concentrate on bus driving.
Yeah, do they have all the necessary PPEs to last them throughout the school years? Do they have? Do you guys have all the cleaning supplies that you're
Yes,
gonna need?
we have the cleaning supplies. We'll order more as needed. We have a sufficient amount right now for the buses, but as the school year goes along, we're still gonna have to reorder and keep our supply up.
Stockpile.
But those are all being considered into our plan.
Right. And how often are you guys? Is this like an everyday kind of thing? You're just trying to figure it out until you get her done.
Yes, so we're working very closely with DOE on this issue.
And when are you going to fold in the... so you handle it with DOE, and then you go to bus operations and say, hey, this is what we're going to do.
Yes, so like what I told you, there's a lot other key players, right, Chris?
Right.
So we discuss it with DOE, and then we show the plan to the medical physicians and public health to approve our plan. Because in case there's an outbreak in the bus, we're gonna need to know what student had it and where he was sitting and who he was next to. There's a lot of things that come into play.
Yeah. Wow.
There's not just one, just transporting and that's it. There's other things that come into play in case somebody's infected with the virus coming to school. Right?
And so we're getting...
How do you do that, though? How do you track, or you can make them, do roll call?
That's why
in the
we're
bus?
still planning this thing.
Really?
And then,
that just seems like you're going to have to,
real difficult.
write your name. Okay, you're in seat number 15.
Yes, so that's what it is, and then as this, just say for example, we already have the thing going, right? The school pickup and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So as the driver becomes familiar now with the students that are supposed to be riding the bus, then he would know.
Right.
But it's going to be rough the first few weeks for sure.
All right.
All right, Jess. So when are we gonna get a finalized plan? And then there's also the scheduling, right? So we're just talking about fitting the kids on the bus. We haven't even talked about how you're gonna schedule and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's the key is DOE. What is their schedule going to be like? Because then that's when I now need to schedule the school busing pickups and stuff like that.
How
Do
many?
we have to start real early to get the kids to school at a certain time, or
How many school buses do you guys have?
we have about 140 buses running.
And out of the 140, how many are being used for COVID quarantine?
So that's an interesting question you brought up. So again, a lot of our drivers, they may have some medical conditions that may not want to drive this school year because of the COVID.
Right.
So it's same like in a workplace, right? You have people that have issues with health issues that want to keep away from customers or whatever they're dealing with,
So how
or
many?
even with their coworker. So we're running into that issue right now.
How many
People are
drivers do
saying
you
that
have?
we have about we have drivers that enough to cover most of our routes. But the problem is that some of these drivers have underlying condition.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. How many bus drivers do you have total?
We have about 120. 120 some bus drivers right now.
And
But
how-
like what I'm saying, that it may go down because of the
Underlying health conditions
may,
and concerns.
Yeah.
How many have
So
expressed
that's why we're
concern so
looking
far?
at also getting private bus companies to get involved.
How many bus
We're
drivers?
so planning right now, like what I
Yeah.
said.
So how many bus drivers have expressed concerns about not wanting to drive because of the COVID, or may have underlying health conditions?
there's probably like around maybe I want to say maybe around 30.
Jeez.
Whoa.
Because even before the school, before this COVID, we had bus drivers already on
light duty. Right.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
And so, Jess, these are. I'm guessing they have health complications ranging from diabetes to hypertension. Any of these pre-existing conditions that make people more susceptible to really go down if they get the COVID.
Yeah. Well, and then with the regular bus operations, right? Every year the drivers have to go and get health certification to make sure that they're safe or they're able to drive a bus.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, out of the 140 school buses, how many are being used for COVID quarantine transport?
It depends, Sabrina. So it depends when we get the itinerary from GIA, the airport, of how many flights are coming in, how many packs and stuff like that. So we estimate the buses that need to be used.
Well, what's the average?
The average is about maybe 8 buses.
Okay.
And that's besides transporting their baggage, right? So we have another crew for transporting the baggage to the hotel.
So how much is that?
So it's not only bus operations involved up at the airport with DPW.
Right.
So I'm sorry, so how much total then?
We have about 8 buses average.
That's including
at the airport,
the baggage.
Well, we don't use the buses for the baggage. We use flatbeds or box trucks, vans to move the baggage.
Okay.
All right, Jess. Thank
All
you
right.
for figuring out
Hey,
the
just
Zoom.
give me a call, man.
Yeah, no. Now that
just
you
let me
know, now that you know how to do the Zoom, we'll just call you random anytime they got a question. We're just gonna
Pop
Zoom
you
call.
up.
Hey, all right.
Okay, all right.
Thanks,
you,
Jess.
Take
Appreciate
care,
it,
Jess.
man.
Be
Thank you.
safe.
So
Thank
wash
you.
your hands.
Okay.
Wear a mask.
Thank you. Same to
Okay.
you.
Okay, so
Right here.
right on. There you got it. Okay, hey, 6:57. We're gonna take a short break and come back with Senator Teresa Lahi on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
I cannot lie. Let's drink tonight.
Hey, good morning, Spanaway, Washington. I know there's about 40 million Chamorros out there. Lana, if you guys came back to Guam, we'll be the majority on our own island. Yeah, good morning on the Edward R. Murrow social media award-winning networks of KUAM on our KUAM News Facebook feed at 7 a.m. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9 KUAM FM Hagåtña. There's just so many ways to catch the show. This morning we are on KUAM TV 11. Good morning!
Half a day.
Also, the KUAM News app, KUAM.com. There's an audio stream on Docomo Channel 10. And, of course, on the Facebook live feed of KUAM News and on KUAM TV 11 until 8 a.m. It's 7:01 now. We'll keep it going and head back into the link Zoom room where we have the Historic Preservation, Tourism, Justice, Health, and Culture Chair, Senator Therese Terlahi. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I know you have a few things that you wanted to talk about, but I think one of the most urgent ones is there's a meeting this morning on the programmatic agreement, and this one kind of snuck under our radar. I guess would be an easy way to characterize it. So we'll just go ahead and give you the floor. Tell us about this meeting, why you think people need to go, and what you plan on saying there.
Well, actually, we just found out about this meeting about a day ago or 2 days ago, and it's not going to be open to the public. My understanding is it's not going to be open to the media. We were hardly invited. I mean, it was the SHPO who's saying he's bringing me in as his guest. So it's a very different meeting than it was in the past couple of years. I think we've been able to expand it in the past couple of years, and now we're very limited. One point they told me it's going to be 16 people in the room, and that's all. So of course I'm a little bit concerned about just getting the word out about what's being said in these are annual meetings that we talk about the programmatic agreement, and this is where we're supposed to resolve, kind of lay out the progress of what properties have been nominated to the National Register, and more importantly, discuss, resolution of stipulations that have been filed, or like what they're going to do with burials and different things, and their progress in all of those efforts. Mm-hmm. But I'm just concerned. It's always been an effort, I think, to get in these discussions, and so I just want the public to know that these are going to take place, and I'm hoping. I asked the SHPO yesterday if he could keep the media informed about, regularly about what's happening in this meeting. It's a day-long meeting. It goes from 8 to 4. It was postponed. It was supposed to be held, I think, in April, but it was postponed because of the health emergency.
Senator, I'm sorry about just a technical issue. Is your phone up? Because we're getting a little bit of feedback. It's coming from somewhere.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Sorry, I think
Live.
that was the radio.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
Is this a face-to-face meeting, or is this a virtual meeting?
Apparently, it's going to be face-to-face at the museum. It's the same room that they've used before. It's a very small room. And so I'm surprised, that they didn't look for a bigger venue and try to incorporate the same amount of people, at least, that they had last year.
Is COVID a reason that they're saying that the public's not invited?
Yes. Well, I'm not privy even to the discussions at this point, to be honest. So all I know is that they're saying they're going to limit it to 16 because of the venue. I was told months ago that they were looking for another way to do this so that they could, continue like a bigger venue or, some other way so that they could include everyone.
Aside from yourself and the SHPO, who else is going to be participating in this meeting that you're aware of?
Well, the meeting is for sure for parties who are signatories to the programmatic agreement, and that includes should be, and I'm going to confirm at 8 this morning when I get there. It should be the Department of Chamorros Affairs is a signatory, the Guam Preservation Trust, and and then of course many federal partners,
right, including the SHPO.
Yes.
Right, Senator, I got to ask you because we had seen in the hearing where there was a reveal from the SHPO, and it was kind of interesting that it was revealed in the middle of a hearing. And then we're finding about this meeting, a couple days before it happens. How do we improve the community? Because the SHPO is there. He's the one that's communicating with the military on all these things, right? So how do we improve and maybe have more access to what's going on? Because I feel like a lot of this stuff is just popping up and nobody knows, and I don't know if it's the SHPO's not telling anybody, or if Adelup is not doing a good job of, getting the info that he has out to the public. But yeah, it really, it's alarming how much we are in the dark. And a lot of me is not surprised. Like, anytime we have this military news that comes out like, oh, it's a secret meeting, I'm like, of course, that's just the military, right? But what, and I guess we'll start, you can respond to the SHPO question, but then my second question would be, what is the remedy for the people of Guam?
Well, good questions, Chris. That is, I feel every time we make progress. For example, we were never invited to these meetings, and when I became a senator, that's what I insisted on. That and to Linda's credit, she found a way. She got us into these meetings, and she made us welcome, and we were able to provide input. I think that's the most important part, and is that they hear the Guam perspective. But yeah, no, it's really a lot of this depends on the SHPO. We have to. We've tried to put some money over at the Department of, the Division of Historic Preservation, in order that they have a person who is able to get everything out to the public. That's my goal. I feel like there's none of this information that should be held privately. It really belongs to all of the people of Guam, and the more they know, the more we can participate, and the more we can do something about it. For example, that burial, after I found out about that burial, I was shocked and very, very upset, actually. And but I found out after that there are actually more burials in the same area. So it's like a burial grounds, so it's not a random finding. It was, but if you see how they do these things, they're, they look at the ground, and if they see something significant, for example, a bone, or they will then, mark off an area, and that's the area that they're going to study further or recover the data. And that's when they start to, and then when they start, find more, that's when they dig more. But it's not the entire area that we know what really was down there. Right. It's just spots, So for example, I saw there are 3 remaining areas that have been marked off, kind of circles that they are concerned about, because they found something like, I think, bones in these areas. And so those are the 3 areas they're still resolving. The rest of the property, been cleared completely.
Right.
They don't just clear the top; they clear it all the way down.
Yeah, Senator, and I think with this whole process, with this construction of these firing ranges, in the beginning, it was like, the detractors were saying, oh, it's pottery shards. What's the big deal? And they find one thing after another. And now we're finding our ancestors buried. And I'm just wondering, where's the response? I mean, other than, from you and some of the activist groups, I'm wondering why Adelup isn't coming down and, making some noise about this, because I think it's huge.
Chris, I got a call in my office, and this man was a little bit irate with my staff. He was very upset. And so when I finally got on the phone to talk to him, come to find out, it's just he's upset about these burials, and it's that feeling that he described it, of course, like gof piniti, right? It hurts. It's something you don't want to hear about your ancestors, and of course people now we're all imagining, right. what is there, what it must be like, but we're just not privy, and that's very upsetting. So
yeah, I don't understand.
This is something I feel like, this is our last shot at this kind of stuff. We have to get together, and we've got to stand up to these things.
Right. And I mean, Senator, it's also disturbing that we don't see any pictures. We don't see the military doesn't. I couldn't even get pictures of the laddies at Fina Lake when I asked the Joint Region for it. It's crazy because they can't take pictures because of whatever nuclear stuff they got down there.
You can't even go there.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Oh.
I tried to
trust
go
me,
on a tour, Senator, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I reached out to Joint Region. I was like, hey, you guys keep saying that you're taking care of these cultural properties, so
Show us.
show us. Put me on a
Good.
tour. Let's go to Fina Lake. And the response was no. So I was like, okay, well, send me some pictures. No. So, yeah,
Yes,
they're,
you're
that's-
right. They have such strict rules because they're, you know, you can't. They don't want even on the construction sites. They don't
Yeah.
want any pictures taken. I mean, it's
yeah.
it's really disheartening, and I just feel like that's what's missing. Is like if we don't all get to see that, we don't all get to feel that, and you don't get the real impact. You can't be told in a library about this. You know, it's not the same as being
Right.
out there and seeing what is going on. And you're right, it's not. You know, they find pottery and they say it's insignificant, and they find laddie stones and
Those
lusong,
are
and then
insignificant.
that's insignificant.
And now our
yeah, so-
ancestors are insignificant. Yeah. Senator,
Right,
so
well,
keep us posted on that. And I know because we're really
Sure,
tight on
will.
time this morning. I know that you had also written a letter to the Budget and Finance Chair, Senator Joe San Augustine, about what the Republicans have called the facade of a fiscal projection. So we'll just go into that. Your letter to the senator, give us the gist, the long and short.
Sure. Pretty much we got called to session and apparently it was for the budget. So we're going to go into session on Monday for the budget. And I was just concerned that, you know, it's really hard to work on a budget on the spot and to give it the thought that it deserves. So I was very concerned that we had not decided on some final revenue numbers before we go in there, and that we should try to get some kind of consensus. So I wrote a letter, and I laid out what I had laid out in some in earlier letters and in meetings and at public hearings, and most of the information that I really think we as senators need. I was hoping to get from the Department of Administration or BBMR, the administration, and they're not providing it to us. So I was hoping that they're providing it to the OFB, and I've asked the chair to help to get this information. And I know that they have been working very hard with the administration to get the same information. And as of yesterday, when at the press conference that Senator San Augustine had, it sounds like they're still waiting for from the administration these new budget amounts or expenditure amounts based on the new revenue amounts. Now, I want to commend OFB that they've actually got the administration to get off that. There will be no adjustments to the budget at all.
Right.
Down to a very significant change to. Now we are looking at a reduced revenue amount, and we are going to work hard to make that work. And so I'm very glad for that. I think there's still information that would be very useful to us that we have not received. For example, the information on the CARES expenditure. For example, if they are going to be able to use that at the Department of Environmental Health to, boost up their inspection capacity, then that's great. Then we don't have to find general funds to boost that capacity, or the tracing capacity. Of course, that's supposed to be done with federal funds. And I just want to see confirmation. We overrode Bill 337 or to get that type of transparency on the federal expenditures,
Right.
and we want to see those reports. The other thing I want to see is, they've never put the $10 million to the hospital like we put into the last budget, and
Right.
here we are moving into the next budget, and so the reason that they give us is that because they haven't finished the 2019 audit, and that's because one agency hasn't submitted their information for us to finish the 2019 audit. And of course, I just find as senators, how do you expect us to do a budget with this kind of information? And we should know, what type of deficit did they actually pay down, like they said they would, with the 2019 excess revenues? Are there any other excess revenues that they haven't spent? Because that would be very significant for us right now, don't you think? And the and the other thing is, we asked when they make these revenue projections, we receive from BBMR this revenue report every month, but it's for the prior month. And everyone told us to wait for July, because that's when income taxes would be filed, or that's the new due date was July. And that's when we would know better whether our formulas are working, or whether we're receiving what we anticipated for 2020. And so the numbers are in, but the reports are not. They're not due till August 20. By that time, we're, almost at the end of our budget,
Right.
deadline. And so that's why I'm asking for that information up front. And whatever formula they want to use, I'm not the formula expert, but I just want to know what it is. And I want it to be explained very thoroughly because we are going to be the ones to vote on it. It's our responsibility. It's our duty. And it's my duty to be able to go out to the public and say, I acted responsibly. I did not act, neglectfully. I didn't act recklessly by, predicting we're going to have all this money that we are not going to have. And I did not put your, jobs on the line. And I did not put, what I'm most especially worried about, Chris and Sabrina, is this critical services. I want to make sure we are going to take care of critical services. And we know what we have to do to take care of those critical services. I don't want to see in the middle of the year, we're not paying, for the Manamku's health insurance, or we're not, anything like that. I want that taken care of now. And I want to make sure tax refunds are paid promptly. So I just think it's fair. And I'm hoping that by, writing these letters, we're just putting a little bit more pressure on the administration that get this information out now. This is not something we need to fight about. This is not something that we should even have to beg for. Can you provide the information?
Right, but Senator,
we can make our informed decisions.
I feel like, why isn't Senator Joe San Augustine saying this? I mean, we have tried to get that guy on this show. It is impossible. We have reached out to him 7 to 8 times. I just messaged his chief of staff yesterday. I said, hey, and I'm scrolling up. There's just a bunch. I'm just being left on red. I said, dude, we've tried to get the senator on to talk about the budget, and we haven't got a response. So,
and I even messaged just this morning.
Yeah, and so Sabrina was like, "Okay,
yesterday
I'll go
and
in."
This morning.
When Sabrina gets involved, it's serious. So I told Joe Meskin, I said, "Hey, Sabrina's about to reach out to the senator, and if he doesn't respond, then we're just going to go on and we're going to say that we have asked Senator Joe San Augustine to come on this show and explain to the people of Guam why we don't have accurate budget numbers." But he hasn't even refused. He hasn't responded at all. So
Did you by any chance get a press release that this press conference was for yesterday was happening, or a press release on the budget? Because I've been scouring. No, I mean Chris or you. I didn't even know there was a press conference until I spoke with Nestor last night. Yeah, Nestor.
I didn't know either, but so it was very clear from that conference, though, that when I watched it, that they've decided between the senator's office and the administration, they've pretty much decided on a revenue figure that they want to go with, and that they are going to adjust the budget accordingly. And it doesn't answer all the questions. Like they said, they're still waiting for the administration to give them new expenditure levels.
Right.
But I just think it's unfortunate. This is a time we want to go in, I think, looking like we are all together. We want to show that to the people of Guam, we have confidence in what we are going to predict. It's going to be tough, and it's of course a lot of unknowns, but we can be confident, and we're going to take care of you. You know what I mean? We are going to take care of you. We're going to make sure healthcare is taken care of. We're going to make sure safety is taken care of. We're going to make sure there's food on the table if that's what we need to do. And that's kind of why it's important. But I have confidence. I think it's a work in progress. Things change on them every day. So it's hard. It's a very hard to be an OFB chair right now. I'll tell you that. I think Office of Finance and Budget, they have a task to do something that's been unprecedented, right? So when they try to predict what revenues are going to be, they're using federal funds, and that's really one of the details I want that to be very laid out.
Right.
They have a different prediction of how federal funds will translate as revenue for the government of Guam. And so I just think it's fair that we get a full analysis of that. And if there are options that we are shown the options, and that we're very confident, because we're going to have to defend this to the public, whatever we go with. Right. And
that's why it's frustrating, because just us in the media, we don't know what is going on despite repeated requests.
And I think this all goes back to what a lot of people are clamoring about, is for the the checks and balances role that the legislature is supposed to play. This is a prime example of a sitting senator who is really looking nothing more like an emissary from Adelou.
Yeah.
I mean, to me anyway. Senator, we're really out of time, but I just want to thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
And keep us posted about that, what happens in that meeting.
I will try my best. I feel there's this huge responsibility on me now since I'm one of the few that are privileged to get in there. Yeah, and that's really a rough thing, and I just don't think it's right for Guam.
I'm pretty sure you can handle it. So, good luck, Senator.
you.
Okay.
Go get him.
Wear your mask, wash your hands. 7:21. We're just going to keep it in the Zoom room.
Mm-hmm.
With the recent surge in positive cases, as always, we want to fold someone in from the COVID-19 response on the medical side.
Can I just go ahead and share this from the Guam Department of
Yeah.
Education because it was something that we asked about this morning before we started the show, but we just didn't want to say anything until we got some sort of verification.
Right.
And so that verification has come from GDOE spokesperson Isa Baza, that she is confirming that GDOE became aware that 2 BP Carbolito Elementary School grab-and-go workers tested positive for COVID-19 on Wednesday, August 5th. They are working with public health to conduct necessary contact tracing of other employees. As of Wednesday, employees identified as possible contacts will be self-isolating as per guidance from public health. The campus has already been thoroughly cleaned since the last date the workers were on campus due to preparation for the school's opening. Because not all employees were identified as possible contacts, the school remains operational at this time with a limited staff.
All right, and then of course we started the show here with the news that Father Duenas Memorial School has had a member of their school community test positive, and that led to the cancellation of classes for today. There was news yesterday that there was a positive case out of Crust. There were 2 positives out of the Guam Power Authority. So that's why we're getting you on, Doctor.
14 positive yesterday.
Right, Dr. Hoa. So I guess we'll just start and give you the floor. What do you want to tell the people of Guam as we're waking up, in some ways reeling from the news about this surge in COVID-19 positives?
Yeah, good morning, Chris, Sabrina. Yes, everyone worried about them. The clinic actually super busy yesterday. I know FHP, SDA, and us, we really get slammed from people getting sick. And the message is we're going to try to, we have a packed meeting tonight, and we're going to try to ask the World Public Health and try to gather some information to see if the positive, where it's coming from. Is that from the Q factor, from the community? I know there's quite a bit in the community in the past few days. And I tell you one thing that we really want to know is that, we've been negative for a long time, and we do very good for a long time. We relaxed the quarantine a little bit to try to get people to come home and do home quarantine. And we really going to ask the public that the passengers are coming back from the state and then from the Philippines, that if they are qualified to do home quarantine, that they stay at home, even they have a negative PCR testing pre-arrival, and they're allowed to go home. We are finding on the testing out program that a few people that are allowed to go home on quarantine because they have negative PCR pre-arrival, that they turn positive 5 to 7 days after they arrive in Guam. So that means that if they are not follow the home quarantine protocol and stay at home, they will walk around and spread the virus out to the community. So, those passengers really put our island at risk and their family at risk if they don't follow home quarantine. And we need to really find out and clamp down on the home quarantine with the tracing and a phone call from public health to try to make sure that people follow home quarantine. And that's what we suspect is always from an incoming passenger that spread the virus in the community at this point.
So our discussions going to be focused more on, we're going to just stop home quarantine?
No, we're not going to stop on that. We need
because
to,
I don't know, how do you guys monitor people that are on home quarantine? Because we keep hearing that,
yeah, we keep hearing
home
that
quarantine is a problem.
people are breaking it. So I'm thinking, why don't we just take it away?
That you can be fined $1,000 US dollar and also some jail time. And we've been discussing at the PAC quite a few times now that we really need to push that law and have people abide by that. Because right now, so far, we know people in break quarantine, but we have not, enforced the law at all. So people are taken for granted. But we just have to make sure that people understand that we have all this case in the community, and I tell you, there's all the panicking just because a few people are breaking the quarantine law. And just stay at home. Have 5 to 7 days, not put you in a hotel just because you have the negative PCR. But it doesn't mean that you don't carry the virus around. Like I said, we have cases that prove that already. So we are, talk a lot with public health, and I think they work in the AG office, try to kind of enforce the law and the fine, just to not to get on somebody, just to send a sample that, hey, we are very serious about this. We are doing very well. Right now, even our CAR score that we have right now, we passed our number 5 because we are get more case in the community, and we know that it's from incoming residents that not follow the quarantine rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think I asked Dr. Johnny yesterday. I mean, how do you enforce it? I don't even know who's on home quarantine. How am I supposed to report?
Right.
Oh, so and so was out there. I mean, how do you know for anybody out in the community?
Yeah, we're gonna have people make phone call public health. We're gonna try to ask to see if the arriving patient can download an app, so that way we can follow where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best you can do. There's right now over people on the home quarantine, and it's really hard to monitor over 1,000 people, make sure they stay at home. Right? We don't have enough capacity of people and personnel to do that. We just need to really push the public. And this is their island. This is your island right here. You have to protect it. This little, the restaurant and the public place and the business place is really because people, when they get their gathering like funeral or birthday party and what other party is, they got to know that they are at risk for themselves and they're at risk for their family, because they don't know who go to the party, because then we don't wear masks at those gatherings. So if this thing are going getting worse, we probably need to basically kind of cut down the number of gatherings. I think right now we have like 50, but we're going to probably cut down more just because we want to prevent this gathering from happening.
So now we're going to go back?
Well, if this thing doesn't slow down, and that we're going to talk about, because, at a certain point, we don't want to be like Hawaii at this point, that they are thinking of going backward now.
Right.
And we need to help everybody,
Right.
And, we have surprisingly every day we have an increasing number, and now it's not just a Q factor, but it's out in the community.
Right, Doc. So let me ask you, and this is a kind of big question a lot of people are wondering about the reopening of public schools. Do we need to start looking at possibly pushing back that date?
Every time we see the patient in the clinic, we all ask them to kind of train their kids and children in wearing masks. Chris, Sabrina, it doesn't matter where you go. If you wear your mask, especially in school, you cut down the majority of the infection it can give somebody. So I think school opening need to happen, and the school are taking all the steps in trying to prevent any type of breakout in the school. Okay, but mask is mandatory in all the school. I don't think that is an option for you unless you have a condition that prevents you to wear a mask, but that's very few and far. But the school will need to wear a mask for it. And again, this breakdown community, I'm telling you, is because people, when they eat out or they hang around the family or the gathering, they're not wearing masks. That's the number one thing to prevent the spread in the community. So I think the school is okay. They have steps that's in place in case of breakout. But we need to go forward the kids in school, and they have an option to do online.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I just had to ask because it's obvious question.
So the mask wearing is really in school is not going to be an option for you.
Right.
That's so we feel comfortable with the social distance and the use of masks and hand washing, everything they do. It's not like in the state you see picture of people all the student walking around with no mask.
Right.
All the students having masks.
Doc, so if we're already discussing limiting the amount of people we're allowing in gatherings and rolling back that recommendation from 50 to what? Are you thinking we go back to 25, 10?
So far that option has not been discussed yet. We still kind of monitor that, but I'm trying to bring it up to the PAC meeting tonight and depend on how this direction go. And we really have to make sure that we don't want to keep going up like this. We know that the gathering is a big problem.
Right.
So especially, some people go back from the state that has an exemption, like to go to a funeral, something like that. There's a lot of stuff. We need to close a lot of loops in order to allow people to attend these gatherings safely. People have the birthday, they have funeral, but it has to be in a controlled manner some way.
Right.
But they cannot go around and not having masks.
People aren't taking it serious. I'm just going to tell you, people aren't taking it serious because it was like wham, bam, boom, bam, bam. We're open. Hey, go eat, go do this, go do that. And, it is what it is when people start seeing that we're opening everything and we have voices like yours saying remain cautious, be vigilant, but everything's open. It's just hard for a lot of people to reconcile it in their mind, because we're so, I think, wanting to return to normal that people are what we call g'day. They would just want to go for it because, I want to go, I want to do this. And so that's what I think we're seeing here is that the people aren't taking it serious because maybe they're a little too eager to return to normal. And we put in all these measures, wear the masks and stuff, which is supposed to work, but it's not working because people aren't following these things. So I'm just wondering if we have a hard time monitoring 1,000 people on home quarantine, if we know that these people are going around and infecting other people, then when do we get to that point where we say, hey, either we got to just get rid of this home quarantine, sorry, not sorry, or hire a bunch of people at public health. And I know they're trying to do things with the digital contact tracing, but you see where I'm coming from, right, Doc? I feel like this drastic uptick requires an equally drastic response in order to contain it. But I'm not a doctor.
We used to think that this virus here affect only the people that have comorbidity or the elderly, but now even in the state we start seeing that it affect the young people now, the 20 and 30, in the 40s. So and those people that in the hospital, even now at GMH, those are 30. Those are young. So the thought that it's okay for young people to go around get infected. It's not okay, because eventually they will get in trouble along with their family. But, we will have to, again, do a lot of PSA on the government side just to remind people that, hey, business are open. We want to go back to normal. But you guys do take precaution and, and take care of and respect the people around you. So I don't know. We really fight this thing very hard, but we need the help of everybody on the island. Really need to help everyone on the island.
Right.
And the Q factor, as uncomfortable they are, but I tell you, they catch from about 2-3 weeks ago, 22 or 25 positive in the Q factor.
Right.
And just imagine they don't have the Q factor. Those 25 people will be out on the community, and everything gonna break loose. So as uncomfortable they are, we try to get people home. We still need the Q factor to be there.
How soon are we going to see public health implement these digital contact tracing tools with the Sarah Alert and the Pathwork Foundation that Dr. Jana was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I think we have that discussion last week in the PAC, and I would say within the next 2 to 3 weeks, they will roll on those things. And it's a requirement for you to download the app before you get to Guam. And that's a requirement. And that's something that, we live in a free country, and it's very hard to do. People always say, oh, it's my right. And sometimes they refuse to download the app. That's why, in the free country, it's hard to force people to do something like that, despite we know that it helps trace and track people.
Right.
But again, that's a challenge that they're going to have, is that if we require them to download the app on their phone, some people might refuse to do that. I'm not sure what the remedy is or the legality of that thing is, but it's something that they try to roll out. I know that they are. I know one thing you gotta believe, they are ahead of the people in the state and try to implement this thing, and they're planning that will be implemented soon. I would say we're pushing hard for them to do that. So I would say next week or two, hopefully they roll those programs out.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good thing, and I know there's all these the debate on people's individual rights, but like, what about our rights?
Yeah.
Wanting to know where's this? Where are people testing positive? We're not asking who, we're asking where. So it's good that you have organizations like FD, Crust,
coming out.
Yeah, and letting people know.
Exactly.
Because you won't hear that from the government, because it's like, oh, HIPAA.
Yeah. But it's not. I mean, we know what HIPAA is, and I think a lot of times they hide behind HIPAA.
If you don't release the name of the patient, it's okay. And I don't think anything wrong with release of the location or, what I'm going to try to push for is that, they need to be release a bit more information regarding, the positive that they get there on the DLS, on the public health, or something. They are in the Q factor, or they are in certain cluster, like a party or something like that. So people can know, if people know if it's from the party, from gathering, then they should pay more attention to not going to those gatherings. But right now, those information is not out there, but we're going to try to push this so that people know, hey, if I go to a gathering, I take myself a huge risk. So hopefully,
even if it is a Q fact, maybe which Q fact, and even some numbers like which, that's all we get on the SIT report is we're in a government quarantine facility. I'd like to know, was it Wyndham Garden? Was it Ocean View? And then maybe even some stats, like how many total to date tested positive from here, from there.
We'll try to talk and try to see if we can push a bit more. So the public, I think, as a whole, if they know more about it, they can help.
Exactly.
So I'm going to try to push that issue tonight and see if we can have more information out there, because we're going to need everybody out there to understand more and help us to control this virus.
Yeah, like they say, we're all in this together, but are we really?
Oh, yeah. Are we?
No, I mean,
no.
We are all in this together, but give us,
give us the tools. Don't send us out into the war with no bullets. Doc, you're a military guy. How well are you going to do if you go into war and you don't got no bullets in your gun?
You best put your hands up.
Thank you, Doc. You're always so accessible, and we appreciate it. And then I'll touch base with you tomorrow. You let us know how the meeting went tonight, okay?
Okay. Have
Thanks,
a good day.
Doc.
All right. Wash your hands. That wasn't very comforting.
I know.
Okay, COVID, you win. We don't have information from our government. Go ahead. It's 7:40.
I'm thankful though, for FD, for Crust, and
because you know what's happening now, Bree. When these people, when Crust put that out, when FD put that out, people are talking this morning.
Mhm.
People are really talking. Hey, did you go eat there? Hey, when did you do it? You know what I mean? So definitely, the people of Guam are doing their own
Yeah.
contact tracing right
and
now.
it's beyond creating a panic.
Yeah.
Really, it's just being informed.
It is, and I feel like there needs to be. I mean, on our part, of course, we want to get someone from the medical community out there, but I really feel like there needs to be some forward communication on this. We shouldn't have to be wondering, are we going to have a press conference about this or what? You know what I mean? The government really needs to come forward and provide information, and not, we shouldn't have to go in there and pull people's teeth out to get it, because it's a public health emergency. It's not like we're trying to find out who got a raise, or we're just trying to find out things that are really, it's life and death, literally.
Yep.
Okay, 7:41. So we'll take a short break, and we're back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
For GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Say each and every day from G go down to
Good morning, Guam. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9. You know what? When we're looking at this surge in positive cases, one thing I'm trying to look at is what are we doing different? What are we doing now that we weren't doing? Well, obviously we're not on a lockdown, but I think another thing that's missing is just is it just me, or do you guys kind of feel like the administration checked out on us for the most part. Because I just feel like we're off on our own out here. It's like, hey, it's PCOR 3, guys, go ahead. Right, we're not going to have any more press conferences. Yep, they got the homeless in there, all right. And we do speak with the governor, lieutenant governor. I'm not implying that they're not doing anything, but I'm just saying, like, on the COVID response, I feel like our people benefited from that presence. You talk about being present in our lives when we were having, press conferences, when Linda and Pinko Denorsi was, coming out on the talk shows. I mean, now we try and get public health. We got to, put in there. I mean, it is what it is. They're busy, but there's not a lot of accessibility. And I think people need to hear from our governor, our lieutenant governor, our public health officials. And we're doing our part in giving them this platform to speak to you guys. But I think that's one piece that's missing is we don't have that information point every day where we have the governor corralling all of her experts and her leaders on this issue and putting them out there so that the people can watch and they can ask questions and the media can say, hey, what are we doing? So on my end, I feel like there is an absence of the government. And I know that part of it, and I'm trying to be practical, part of it is that, yeah, the government's open and everyone's working, but I still feel like in some ways we're hung out to dry right now. And that's why it's on us. We did it with the quarantine. We did it with the lockdown. The governor was trying to, get all these powers to give us tickets and to throw us in jail and to declare martial law and to do all these things. But remember, guys, we didn't need any of that. We didn't need that. We did it ourselves because we have the power. We do. And we need to reharness that power because it's getting away from us. Yeah. Gatherings, I mean, if you just imagine, the gatherings are crazy. Even before they lifted it up to 50, we all know people were having gatherings bigger than that. And when you think about the typical Guam gathering, just think about all the infection points from kissing your aunties. People now, oh yeah, we're kissing. People are kissing again. People are touching the food, the utensils, sharing drinks, just la-di-da-di. We like to party. Yeah, party night, party pues COVID. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am scolding you guys because no one else is. So we just got to do better. And I feel like we need to have that presence from our government leaders. Because in many ways, when I go out and talk to people, I feel like they just left us out here to just, go ahead, guys. And I know that that's maybe an oversimplification, or is it? Because when we were in the thick of this, you were talking to us every day. And in some ways, what's happening now is worse than what was happening then. So I think the precedent is there. They've done it before. They've reached out. They've had these conferences. They've had all the government people, the medical people there to answer all the questions to appease the public. Because what's happening now is we're not getting it from the government of Guam. We're getting it from the restaurants. We're getting it from the schools. So in that absence, in that void, in that silence, people are stepping up. And they're telling us what we need to know. But the problem is those people are not our elected leaders. All right, let's go on here. 749, you talk about a surge. We had news of 2 COVID-19 positive cases with the Guam Power Authority, Art Paris. So I guess, first of all, nobody has to pay their power bill anymore, right? Because of the risk?
You need to unmute him. Yeah, unmute your audio.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. I guess that's a yes.
How's his audio?
Oh, wait. No, wait. Unmute.
Unmute your audio, Art.
Try.
It's muted. Do it again one more time, Art. Maybe a good power glitch would just reset that whole thing.
So that was a yes, no paying power bills. Okay, that's great.
I don't know why I'm not getting them. Yeah. Just
you're going to have to hang up and try again.
Okay.
We'll get back to you.
Yeah, Cass, let's try Cass Nakamura. We've got in our Zoom room. Cass, you want to try unmuting yourself? Cass, test, 1, 2. Sybilis.
Good morning.
Oh,
There's
yes. Running him.
Rananim, Mr. Ranim.
All right. Thank you for joining us. It's the link, the Breeze 93 9. Let me tell you guys, we have this guy. Let me regroup, man. Cass Nakamura, the vice president of the Chukis Association of Guam. And we wanted to bring you on, Cass, because we know that you guys are trying to get a message out to the Chukis community about some COVID positives and the spread. So we just want to give you the floor because in talking to you, it wasn't really clear exactly what you wanted to get out. So we'll just give you the floor. Cass, what is it that you want the people of Guam to know this morning?
Yes, good morning, Sabrina, and good morning to you, Malfunction.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Thank you
Cass.
very much for letting me be on your show this morning. I just want to thank all the people of Guam, especially my people from FSM, especially those from Chuk. I'm sorry to be on this means of getting out the words, but it's a must that we, as a people of this melting pot on Guam, I would like to relay a message to our Chukis brothers and sisters that it's a must that we adhere to all the rules and regulations concerning the prevention of the spread of COVID-19. I think what I've been hearing from several sources that all risky ways or manners of avoiding what it's been broadcast or been told to us that by our means of gatherings and all this, we are at the high risk of catching or spreading the COVID-19 virus.
Right. And Cass, could you let's just go back to the beginning. Now, all of this is stemming. There was, I believe, a funeral, and someone had come in for this funeral
Yes,
and got the exemption. Right. So
like
let's just start there.
I was doing this public awareness through Facebook. I was instructed or was told by Senator Clint Richel to do this. Maybe he got the news from somewhere, a source that a certain time could be around July 24 to 26 that there were several individuals coming from Hawaii that they contracted COVID-19 and were sent to GMH. According to that source, when they were doing that on the Facebook, they clarified that there was one individual that was admitted at Guam Memorial, but according to that source, when they came from Hawaii, they were screened and they were COVID-free. But for some unknown reasons, when that happened, they were thinking that maybe they contracted that virus, COVID-19 virus, while they were at that funeral home during that weekend of July 24 to July 26. They were, like I said, they were COVID-free from when they checked in Hawaii. But unfortunately, one of them was admitted and confirmed to contracted that virus somewhere, sometimes when they were here on Guam.
When they were supposed to be on a quarantine, but there was an exemption. Cass, so can you tell us what interaction, if any, have or do you know about with public health and this specific incident? Has public health reached out to you guys to help with the investigation?
Sure. But I was just saying this through what I saw with that individual was writing some answers to this dilemma or whatever we might call it, misunderstandings, to clarify what was happening during that time. But from anything from public health, there's none.
Right. And so I spoke with Dr. McGlotney yesterday about this, and she had said that if your organization and the Consul General are asking questions, then it's got to be legit. Bree?
So it is confirmed that at least one individual from who attended this funeral was positive for COVID. That's something
That's
that
what I was, yeah.
Okay. So do you know now how many people were at that funeral?
I really don't know.
Do you know if anybody else that attended that funeral also tested positive?
No.
Okay.
Has anyone come forward saying that they had attended that funeral within the Chukis community? Any word?
Not that I know.
Okay. Well, we did want to give you the floor, and talking with public health, one of the things that they were mentioning, and this is right at the beginning of the COVID, was the language barrier, right? And so they were, I know they enlisted the help of people from different communities and had them translate a lot of the materials about COVID-19 into different languages. But we wanted to give you the floor, Cass. We got about a couple minutes here. Just to give a message out to the Chukis community in Chukis. So go for it again. Cass Nakamura, he's the vice president of the Chukis Association of Guam.
What funeral home was it?
San Agustin Funeral Home.
Okay, between July 24th and 25th. Okay.
Okay, Cass. Yes. So go ahead if you want to address the Chukis community. We'll give you the floor.
Okay. Kiriso Jabur Patiro, Wawajin, Arwasmid Simberochia. Nora che community City Chuk or Feruguam City the Puron Namaram Nor Moon Nor Cho Arvas me Derges me Faviri Patori Evensin City Tutor Jinab at Kabong not in the largest of Jesus Christ. You were him. The meta kapala ni poros ikamak or ko faso to rigalay ikabwe the feri kabwe ebe tigire tibom yabo besa ka feri fer segesit ebe wagagen atsibutori urage wagagen alinis atsibutori alisi arbwe tiotedan ne filat Med merat kami murin at katori ferry ibu pet as katori git sawai kay beri de sawal ayot sibot siliga med mesilira pra eri ay tikirigit de raswe buru tayo agagen service mask terbeut the one. Arogoda ewe woru fit. Ade fit edi kato awe ne fit at sinu pwa ati bwe mo kitu kitu. Mama fwe di kana na fwe. Bedet si bot siriga me buru tabe trakare adi tu arngeri kit. Kun met wat the ferret. Berat sab. Siriga ka edergi met me fisio pues libato al burgich katorgich sawal e wan esilibato arwan idirgich de abasagich den lugumat gich si wajah si burata net endugun Ika epidin al saptor de mever bersawa. Safari di ay usabus wala di rawi. So kabat kiri rawas medicine betegya bet sigis. So kabat den mayor wisher o kurasi fe para venir ay di rawi. Ewa kapan asawan nam the boroughs isili kapan jagat chugu e wajen message ke boroughs yen and this figure not a pity children isawa kabel isawa COVID-19 isa joke isa par pop city kids at subutori sa pagsilyat turong nagmat bigumat mat so mga ngiri anuk officer da po kids tar LC al betufetan isawa ngiri ang sa kuha medicine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cass.
Thanks, Cass.
And the translation there is basically to be safe. If you guys were here, get a hold of us. And Chris and Sabrina's show is really awesome.
Real quickly before we let you go, Cass, did you have any information about the investigation that's underway over at the government quarantine facility? There was a death of a 40-year-old man. They believe it's not COVID related, but he may have had some underlying health conditions. Do you have any information about that, or if you heard anything?
No, nothing. I don't have anything to say about that, Sabrina. Sorry.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you so much. Stay
Cass,
safe.
If you do, though, just, text me, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay.
And feel free to come on anytime.
Anytime.
Okay.
And we're waiting for our con. When is the con coming? Is it con day?
Con, and
the fish more is what.
You guys. Thank you. Don't
Okay,
think
Cass.
about that.
Right. Okay, I'll text you. Don't worry.
Rananim.
Rananim.
Rananim na churanim at tong gabi.
Falsum. All right. Okay. There you go. Cass Nakamura, the
Rananim. That's all I know.
the
Rananim.
VP of the Chukis Association of Guam. We're getting that fish.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm down to try.
The con. You ever pound the con?
No, I.
Okay. You haven't lived until you pounded that con, Bree. It's 8:03. We're the link on the Breeze 93.9 KUAM FM Agotnia, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV 11, thank you so much for watching this morning. Again, it is the link on the Breeze 93.9. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with Art Perez. I know the suspense is killing you guys. COVID-19 positives at the Guam Power Authority. That is coming up next here on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
When we're together, my mind starts to flow away. I can't wait till tomorrow to start a brand new day. But since it's been so long, you're moving on strong. You feel me, then I feel you, then we move right along.
56 Hope downtown. Local music on The Link, 810. Let's try this again. Art Pears from the Guam Power Authority. We'll get you on the, seems so old-fashioned, the regular telephone.
Hi, Art.
Hey, half a day, Chris. Buenos, Bree.
Right, so we got you on here, 2 positive cases of the Guam Power Authority. Can you just walk us back to the beginning? How were they discovered, and then what has the response from GPA been in the wake of that?
Sure, I'll go a little bit farther than that, Chris. You know, since the 14th of May, when GPA and Waterworks opened our doors to receive customers, prior to that, there are many steps taken within the utilities, both utilities, to ensure the safety of not only our employees but also the public that we serve as well. In addition to the guidelines and protocols put in place by public health, you know, hand washing, social distancing, and so forth, we've instituted other measures within the place. You know, our conference rooms we don't gather for meetings. We use Zoom. We have hand sanitizers throughout the facilities. We have temperature monitoring and restricted access, so employees come in and we can do temperature checks as employees come in. And you know, since the Guam transition to PCOR 3, and our island still remains in a public health emergency. And then, you know, this week, August 4th, it was the GPA was notified 2 employees had tested positive, unfortunately, for COVID-19. At that point, that kicked off. You know, those employees are not at work; they remain at home, following Department of Public Health and Social Services monitored isolation, and that's where we're at. The employees of the infected divisions have been notified. Intensive sanitation, which is an ongoing. Intensive workplace sanitation is contracted out and it's ongoing throughout the week. And from what I understand as well, that the areas that the employees were working in were also intensely disinfected and sanitized and made sure so we can keep the rest of our employees who work there safe as well.
Are you guys?
We just have to remain vigilant, Chris, going out through this and still practice all the things that we've been told all these months and still continue on and drive through. So, you know, I heard you and Bree talking about that. We still need to remain vigilant on and off duty.
Right.
So that we contain this.
Are you guys planning any additional screening or testing of employees?
Well, that testing, that there are already ongoing procedures of public health in the villages and your local clinics you can go. Employees who feel that if they exhibit any symptoms, they're encouraged to go get tested, and let their supervisors know what those results are, so we can track and we can work with public health and containing this. So those are some of the offline measures just to make sure. So we've communicated through every level within the authority that, in addition to personal responsibility, we also need to make sure that we protect our families and the people that we serve. So if you visit the business office here at GPA and Waterworks, you see a lot of those screening plexiglass setups, cashier glass panes put up, contactless payment points. We've even put out in our newsletters and advertised publicly that you don't have to communicate or visit GPA or Waterworks offices. You can communicate via Facebook, QuickPay, GPay online payments, and so forth, and Waterworks as well. Both utilities view what we're going through very seriously, and this is something that we still need to continue until the all clear is given, until a vaccine is available, and just to keep ourselves and the customers we serve safe.
Art, I'm not sure if you mentioned that in your opening statements, but prior to these two positive cases of GPA employees, had any other GPA employees in the past tested positive for COVID?
I don't recall, Bree, because even during that time, I was out on extended sick leave, so I wasn't aware of any any employees who tested positive during that time. And when I came back to work, I knew, I was introduced to a lot of the measures that were taking place, and I myself had to get used to that, here at the work, because it's totally different from just walking in and going to the office. But I after my extended leave from I returned to work, I was not aware of that until these two latest cases.
Wait, so you are aware that previously there were?
No.
Okay,
I'm saying I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware of any other cases prior to the two that were announced, as I just came off as extended medical leave.
Right. Art, can you tell us anything about how these employees contracted the virus? Do you know?
No, I don't. But there's already procedures in place of public health, Chris. The contact tracing, and I'm sure that will root out where the exposure may have happened, and who may have been exposed, and they have a very good procedure in place to do that, and track down and notify the individuals, and get them tested, and hopefully come back with a negative result.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing at DOC that public health is they're working with public health to have all their employees and all the inmates get tested for COVID at DOC. Do you see? Are there any discussions with public health to have that occur at GPA, considering, you guys are in constant communication with the public, you have linemen that are out in the community?
No, Bree, I'm not aware of any of those plans right now, because DOC is a very different work environment.
Mm-hmm.
You have a population that literally can't go anywhere. They're all isolated. While our operations continue, our main priority is as you stated, and I keep reiterating, the safety of our workforce. And although we live in a very fluid environment, going out to the field and working in the offices and communicating, we still have to do that. And again, employees are encouraged, if they exhibit any symptoms that have been put up by public health, to go and get themselves checked. And we each have the personal responsibility to do that.
Mm-hmm. We do have, we're hearing that some employees have asked about recommended filters used for COVID for the AC system there, but no one there wants to seem to answer the question whether it has been changed or what the schedule is. Do you have anything to say about that?
I don't have any update on that or any information about those type of requests, but it's certainly something I can check into.
Okay.
Do we still have to pay our power bill?
On a case by case, Chris. We don't rely on the general fund, and we've put out on KUAM that those experiencing financial hardships during these times can always come in and seek to a payment plan up to 12 months.
Right.
And that's for not only residential, Chris, that's also for commercial. We understand what's going on in the community, and we see it, and we want to work with customers. And Bree have mentioned earlier, we're all in this together, so we're doing the best we can to be as flexible to the needs of our customers as well.
Right on. Okay, Art. Anything? That's it, right?
Well, we want to just thank every one of our employees and the public for their continued commitment and a personal responsibility to maintain these good hygiene practices as we get through this. And although we're not there yet, I'm sure that Guam as a whole will fight and beat this thing.
Okay, Art. Thank you so much.
Hagamas, take care.
Okay,
Take care.
all right. And remember, guys, with the power bills, you have to go in. You have to make contact with the customer service department if you're late on your bill. You got to call them. Okay, they've been very lenient and understanding with the disconnections. But just because you hear that they're doing a payment plan doesn't mean it's done. You got to do your part and reach out and make that. And they're spreading out the bills over 12 months. So. I mean, it's a great program, but the thing is, you guys have to get on it, or else you're getting cut. Okay. 8:19. We're just moving right along. We'll go back into the Zoom room where we have from the Guam National Guard the spokesperson, PIO, Mark Scott. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you guys?
Good morning.
Pretty good. I guess we just wanted to kind of start on the body that was found at the QFAC facility. Now, we know the Guard runs it, and, you know, I know you put out a little bit of info, but just in a nutshell, what can you tell us about that incident?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Chris. I think the most important thing to say off the bat is to send our condolences, of course, to the family. It's a tragic thing that, of course, no one ever wanted to have happen, and we all want to prevent from happening again. So on behalf of the Guard, please accept our condolences. I did speak with GPD, and it is an ongoing expired person investigation, Chris. So there's not a whole ton I can say.
Right.
But what I can say is that I'm confident that our soldiers did the right thing. As soon as they were notified, they called for help and did the right thing. But other than that, Chris, there's not a lot I can say.
Right. I appreciate that, Mark. So
but did this individual have underlying health conditions? Can you speak to that at all?
I can't, Sabrina. And first of all, because we don't know, and that's HIPAA protected information. And like I said, second of all, if we do know, that's something that we wouldn't be able to disclose, seeing that it's an ongoing investigation.
Mark, let me just ask you this, generally speaking, right? What is the protocol for a medical response to a quarantine facility?
Sure, Chris, another good question. So we're not in the business of providing medical care.
Right.
What we do at the quarantine facilities is just, provide for as much ease and comfort as we can. We do logistics for delivering food, and, we help in transition from the airport itself. But when it comes to medical emergencies, there's a DPHSS nurse on call and available who is there to respond to any of these medical emergencies. So
Right.
that would be the nurse from DPHSS.
Right. And so I guess in the event someone who is, God, I almost said incarcerated, someone who's in the quarantine facility, if they had a medical issue, they have to, what do they call down to the front desk, or they go look for the nurse, or?
Yes, they have numbers to call that
Okay.
all the guests are given. They have a fact sheet that they take with them into the room. And the rooms are also able to dial 911 directly themselves as well.
You said there was a DPHSS nurse on site. Do people that are in quarantine, do they get daily health checks?
Yes.
They do. Okay. And so for this particular incident, this individual, it wasn't discovered that he had passed until later on in the evening because he wasn't accepting or retrieving his meals. I think that's what I heard yesterday.
Oh, he had his breakfast and lunch. And the meal that was remaining was the dinner meal. But when it comes to things like times and sequences of events, again, Sabrina, those are things that are currently under investigation, better answered by GPD.
Right. Yeah, but I'm just saying that if there were daily medical checks and he had these underlying health conditions, I mean, wouldn't they have known earlier in the day that, this person was experiencing some sort of medical issues?
If the nurse did, Sabrina, then that will probably be one of the questions that they're going to find out over the course of the investigation. Again, we're not the medical providers, nor are we the nurses. So I would probably have to defer that question, Sabrina, toward either the nurse or DPHSS or the investigation itself when it comes out.
So is the Guam Guard prepared to man these school buses should they need you guys?
Man. Mark, were you listening earlier? So we had Jess Garcia from Public Works
No,
on.
Chris, I'm sorry.
Let me brief you. I'm going to brief you on this. Do you have your briefing pants on?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so we had Jess Garcia from DPW on, and he was saying that. Sorry, Bree.
Yeah,
For
okay,
the
that's-
busing of the elementary school students, they want to get someone who is calm from the guard to be on the bus to enforce social distancing between the kids, because the younger kids, and Jess was like, you know how the younger kids are, they don't listen, and so
Agagwat.
yeah, they're agagwat. So are we going to be seeing members of the guard? You know, I keep thinking a kindergarten cop. But on these buses, has anybody in the guard, have they been approached about this discussion, and would that be something that the guard is trained to do?
So just like with all mission assignments, Chris, there's a process. There's a routing process. If a request is made by a local agency for assistance, it goes through a bunch of steps that it has to get vetted. Any procurement that comes along with it has to get validated. It gets assessed for feasibility, and there's a bunch of partners involved with that process. So if that is a proposal that's in the mission assignment process, that's something that will go through all those steps, Chris. Right now, we're not conducting this mission assignment. Right now, we're in the middle of transitioning from the extension of our Title 32 502 FOX orders. So we have not been accepting mission assignments while we do this transition. But if that is someone's proposal, if that is someone's request, then it's going to get looked at like all of the other mission assignment requests, which is what all of our partners going through the validation and approval process.
You know, I have to say, when I think about that, it just kind of reminds me of some of the stories we've done where we've seen National Guard members like dancing in the street when they're helping direct traffic. Just,
oh man,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Be so cute.
We serve under Title 32 at the
Mhm.
pleasure of the governor.
Right.
And of course, if that's what's going to serve our people the best, we'll always be ready for no matter what it is. And we enjoy what we do, right? We're
Mhm.
trained for these things. We're people of the community too, right? We're not typecast soldiers out of a movie. We're your neighbors, we're your brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles. And if we
Mhm.
enjoy what we do while directing traffic, then that's a sign that our morale is high.
Right. So what else is on the radar for the Guam National Guard aside from doing quarantine? What else are you guys planning for?
Thanks, Sabrina. So just yesterday, we had a mobilization ceremony for 73 soldiers who will be going up to the Northwest Field to protect our THAAD asset, not ours, but Task Force Talon's Terminal High Altitude Area Defense capabilities. And I believe you guys were here and covered that, so thank you.
Yeah.
We have operations in the Southwest border going along as missions as usual and things like that. So we're staying busy. Like I said just a minute ago, we're kind of always ready and always there, and we're prepared to complete our missions, whatever they may be.
Well, thanks, Mark. We just wanted to get you on to discuss those issues really quick. Appreciate your time here.
And appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Likewise, thank you guys for what you do too. Thanks to our soldiers and airmen, and especially our families.
And let me know if you guys end up doing this thing on the buses, maybe you can bring me in to do like a training on how to manage, multiple little kids at the same time. Without the use.
If anyone needs to be guarded for being agagwa, I think it's you. I think we might need to find a bodyguard.
All right, that's it. You're done. I'll see you.
Take care.
Wash your hands, wear your mask. All right. Oh yeah, Pikaru, Agagwa. What's next, guys?
Just attend to.
Yeah, man. 8:27. We'll take a short break. We're coming back with the Attorney General's office, the Consumer Protection Division, right here on the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning. Hey. Little John Dank Show, 8:30. It's the Link on the Breeze. Proudly brought to you by Polka, distributed by Ambrose. They got the peach tea.
Oh, yeah. I have that.
That's what you're drinking this morning.
Yes.
It's getting fuzzy. They got the Polka peach tea. They've got the ice lemon tea. Of course, that's a classic favorite. The Polka premium cappuccino. It's everywhere, and it's proudly distributed by Ambrose Inc., also IT&E and Calvo Enterprises at 8:31. Coming up, 9 o'clock, Bree. Start your engines. Place your bets. Place your bets. Here comes your Godzu.
Our candidate interviews on schedule to join us in the Zoom room are incumbents, Senator Amanda Shelton, Vice Speaker Talina Nelson, and the lone Republican joining us today is a newcomer, Michelle Armenta.
All right, and so they're looking forward to that. And then tomorrow, 9 o'clock for D2020, we're bringing back the after party with some special guests here to kind of just talk smack for an hour. It's fun. 8:31, let's get back in the Zoom room here and bring on from the Attorney General's office. We have the Consumer Protection Division, and they're joined by the PIO, Carlina Chaffris. Good morning, everybody. If we could just round robin, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to butcher at least half the names. Just introduce yourselves.
Afidi, good morning. This is Carlina Chaffris. Good morning, Chris and Sabrina. Good morning, listeners. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Assistant Attorney General Ben Paholke.
Marina.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, Marina. You're coming in sideward, so I think you need to turn your orientation lock off on your phone and then turn your phone sideways.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Unless you want to just try and do a handstand sideways, because I saw you. She was trying to.
Okay, there. Is that
Right
working?
on.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, Marina.
Hi, I'm Assistant Attorney General Marina Julian with the Consumer Protection Division.
Right, and we'll just jump right into it because we know you guys are busy. We wanted to start with the evictions, right? So we head into PCOR 3 and, kind of move a little bit out of this emergency thing. The eviction moratorium has been lifted. So I guess we'll just start with
Is it lifted or is it still in place because we're in a public health emergency?
Well, yeah, let's get it from them.
Go ahead, Ben.
I'm sorry. So that's a question that's come up a lot. The moratorium, which is effectively a ban against evictions, that's actually in effect throughout the public health emergency.
Okay.
So if we're at PCOR 1, 2, 3, or 4, any one of those, you still can't evict people during that period. And so, this is something that we're not a landlord attorney law firm, but we're doing a lot to try to inform people on what's going on, because this is something that impacts everybody. It affects landlords, tenants, homeowners, everybody. And so we're getting a lot of calls and questions about it, and we're trying to make sure that we're up to date on the law. And that's something that's come up a lot. So I'm glad you asked that right out the gate, because that's something that people need to understand.
What are some of the other concerns and questions that you're receiving, and from whom?
So most of the calls that we're getting are from landlords and tenants. And landlords are calling us and asking us, how do I manage the moratorium? How do I obey the law? And tenants are usually calling us because they're being evicted, or what we call at law constructive evictions, which is basically where your landlord shuts off your power or your water, or basically harasses you into moving out, where the situation becomes unlivable. And so in those situations, we really look to all areas of law. We look to federal law, we look to local law here in Guam, and the executive order that has that moratorium we're talking about. And we try to get the landlords and tenants talking to each other, because usually when these things happen, people get mad and they stop talking to each other, and they're not willing to work something out. So our role is, when they start talking to each other, or when they stop talking to each other, we investigate, share the facts, the findings of our investigation with everyone involved, and we try to get them to negotiate with each other. And we've had some success on that front.
Has anybody been evicted?
So that's why I think we got a graphic out to you guys that describes the eviction process.
Right.
So during the moratorium, the courts aren't having eviction lawsuits. And the point that I want to drive home with that graphic is that there's basically a two-phase eviction process, and you haven't been evicted. No one's been evicted until there's a court order saying that you got to get out of there, or we're going to send the marshals in.
Right.
So because the courts aren't hearing eviction lawsuits, there's no evictions in Guam. But a lot of people are getting the notice phase. They're getting the notice from their landlords saying, you got to pay or get out, or you got to stop doing this, that, or the other thing, or get out. And they think that means that they've been evicted. And that's usually when we get the call. Sometimes they're halfway through moving out, and then we get the call. So the people of Guam, at least in my experience working this landlord-tenant stuff, they get the notice to pay or vacate, and then they try to get out. And then sometimes it's, well, I have nowhere else to go, so maybe I should stop moving out. And that's when we get involved and start negotiating. So some people have moved out. Some people have just been looking for enough time to get out before they get evicted, even though that's, like I said, not happening at the moment. So some people have moved out. Some people have stayed. It really varies from case to case.
Right. But does this all hinge on the tenant kind of protesting the whole process? Because I know of a couple cases where people were evicted and they just listened. They were, okay, I'm evicted. And they got out. And nothing ever went to court, and nobody got, it never really got passed. So then
you wouldn't be evicted though, right?
Well,
if,
I mean,
if it never went to court, you just got the notice. But
right.
as a tenant, you have that right to stay there because there's no court order?
Correct. But I think in some cases, what I've seen is the tenant is just like, oh, they want me out, so I'm going to move out. And I guess they had another place to go or whatever.
It's the situations we're seeing are kind of mixed bags. Sometimes it's happening. And yeah, it's a lot easier to keep a tenant in housing than it is to get them back in once they've already left, which is why it's important that the public understand you haven't been evicted until you have that court order. And the situation that you brought up, Chris, is actually a pretty important distinction, because while you can't get evicted, there is still an obligation to pay your rent and your mortgage. So the situation that we're trying to avoid is kind of a balloon payment, right? Suppose that the pandemic goes on for a total of 12 months and then the moratorium expires. right? What we don't want to have happen is on that first day of no moratorium, landlords going to their tenants and saying, you owe me 12 months of rent, pay it all to me in 5 days or else you're evicted. So, every tenant needs to make that decision for themselves. But they can't get kicked out without a court order.
Wow.
But if they stay, they still have an obligation to pay. It's just whatever consequence may come from that. It might happen once the moratorium ends.
Right.
What if your landlord gives you a notice and says, well, you need to pay up, and if you don't pay me in 10 days, I'm going to double your rent? Can they do that?
So the moratorium, the ban, says that there will be no initiation of eviction proceedings. And in a lot of ways, the notice phase is the first step in an eviction proceeding. So, I'm not going to give legal advice over the air, but what I will say, if I was a landlord and I was trying to kick someone or evict someone from my property, I would wait until after the moratorium had expired and then proceed in the normal ways that my landlord attorney had advised me, just so that way there's no question about it later.
All right, this is pretty interesting to me. I mean, I kind of want to delve off into like landlord, rent, tenant controls, and all that stuff that they do in the States, but that's obviously a conversation for another time. And Ben, we know.
No, somebody's asking, what about for commercial properties?
Oh, that's interesting. What about commercial properties, Ben? Do the same rules
right
apply?
now, the moratorium does cover commercial properties. So the moratorium is it prohibits any evictions and any foreclosures. There's no distinction at this point in the moratorium between commercial, residential, or any other type of property.
What about if landlord is also paying for mortgage of units?
Right. And so that's, that's also something that we're keeping our eye on too, because a lot of times, like you just alluded to, Sabrina, a lot of landlords use rent payments to pay their mortgage. They get a mortgage on the house, and then they rent it out, and they use the rent to cover the mortgage payments that they then own. So the typical remedy, right, when someone isn't making their rent payments, typically landlords will sue to evict. And likewise, when a mortgagee isn't paying their mortgage, the bank will then try to foreclose on the house. This moratorium disallows any evictions and any foreclosures. There is still an obligation to pay, though. And under the CARES Act, which is federal law, if a mortgager is having a financial hardship, or rather if they tell the bank that they're borrowing from, their loan servicer, that they're having a financial hardship due to COVID-19, the mortgager has to give them a 180-day forbearance, which then can be extended at the end of that 180 days for another 180 days. Though I have heard that there is some impact on people's credit scores if they do that. So what we're encouraging people to do is to have an open conversation with their landlords, and if they are a landlord and they have a mortgage, with their loan servicer, and try to come up with some kind of mutually beneficial way of handling that before it gets to that point, just so no one has any impacts on their credit from this pandemic.
Ben, let me ask you, this is maybe a different one, right? So no evictions, but what about those instances where you're renting a property from a landlord who is paying for the utilities on that property?
Right. So the law about that is that if a landlord willfully diminishes services to a tenant by causing an interruption of essential services, such as running water, electricity, gas, if that applies, then the landlord may be liable to the tenant for any costs that the tenant incurred, right? So if the tenant has to move out and go stay in a hotel because there's no running water, then the tenant could then go sue the landlord and get money back on those receipts, and the court could even look at that and say, you know what, you got to pay them back up to 3 times the amount on those receipts. So, you know, we're encouraging all landlords and tenants to talk to each other and make sure that they're not, you know, shutting off the services and whatnot. And actually, many of the cases we've had have been people shutting off services, and we've gotten those turned back on in a lot of cases.
Wow. Okay, Ben, we know that you got to go. Anything in closing? Is there a final takeaway for people out there who are renting or, you know, trying to rent, trying to pay their rent, struggling?
Yeah. So first, I want to make it clear that the governor's eviction moratorium, it expires. It's currently set to expire on August 29th, but that can be extended every 30 days. So I want everyone, landlords, tenants, everyone, to check the DPHSS website for any updates on the COVID-19 executive orders. I also want to make it clear that the executive order, it covers regular landlord tenants, but it also covers federal housing. So if you're in Gura, you can't get evicted for that either. I think that's it. Anything else, if anyone else has any other questions, feel free to reach out to the Attorney General's office. You can reach us at 671-475-3324, extension 3300, or email us at consumerprotection@ohguam.org.
Well, thank you, Ben. That was a very, very insightful information. I'm so glad you were able to come on and share that with our audience.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay. And then, so I think he's going to leave the Zoom. And then, Carlina, I know there's a bunch of other things that the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's office is working on. I mean, regularly and during this COVID pandemic. So go ahead. We'll give you the floor. Tell us a little bit more about some of the other things that are going on that you think people need to know about.
Sure. So carrying on with this in the same vein of the COVID, you know, we've actually have been tracking price gouging and you know, I really, before I turn it over to Marina, I really just want to, you know, commend the public. They have just been, you know, the community has been so alert, taking photos, you know, making sure, holding merchants and store owners accountable for the prices and the way that they're setting it. And so I really just want to, you know, shout out to the community, not only for staying alert, but for reporting it to us. We saw a huge jump. We actually had 178 complaints received by our office. Initially, in the beginning, it was by phone call. We have 44 by phone call. And it was amazing because our team down in the Consumer Protection Division, you know, they never stopped working. And so we were actually having phone calls forwarded to our personal cell phones to make sure that they were, you know, we were able to receive these complaints and then activate our investigators to get out there and to validate whether or not it was in fact a price gouging issue. So I just want to hands out to the community and hands out to our people down in the Consumer Protection Division for that. Marina, if you wanted to kind of take over and talk about what some of our findings were with the investigations.
Hi. So what our findings were that we didn't find that, or what we found was that there wasn't really any ill intent when there was any price raises from the stores. A lot of the time when we reach out to them, we send out an investigator after someone submits a complaint, and they were able to discuss with us why the prices were raised. Majority of the time, it was the price was raised because there was an increased cost in shipping to the store if they had to meet the demand by shipping it from a different wholesaler. Another majority of the complaints involve people comparing making price comparisons between stores. So if you went from a large store to a mom and pop store, people thought it was price gouging because one store was charging more than the other. And another large number of complaints involve sale items going back to the normal price and from one week to the other.
So Marina, I guess, and Carlino, you're talking about the public being vigilant and taking the pictures of these 178 complaints. How many turned out to be actual cases of price gouging?
Well, you know, a lot of times, as Marina was saying, they were really cooperative. You know, we went out there and said, hey, you know, can you justify this price? And most cases that they were, in the other cases, they did adjust it back. And so we actually saw less than a dozen. We saw less than 10 where we actually had to elevate it to the next step, which would be issuing a letter. A cease and desist letter, for example, saying stop this practice or we're going to file a lawsuit against you.
Wow.
So it was less than 10. So great job to the store owners as well. It's nice. It's comforting to know that they aren't trying to gyp us when we're going through this public health emergency.
So of those 10, what were can you tell us the products and then maybe the range of the gouge, if you will?
Sure. So we actually were able to count it. 25% of it was for hand sanitizer. No surprise there. And following that, I'm listing off our top 5. So following hand sanitizer were masks. And then food items in general, you know, your Spam, your corned beef, lettuce, what have you. It's just a lumped category. And then following that was rice and then water. And so, but the top 5 complaints accounted for 77% of our total complaints lodged and investigated.
Do you ever get the calls where people call you guys and they're like, can you guys investigate? They're charging $12 for a mask.
Well, you know, so when we were having a discussion about this yesterday, I said, well, give me examples of how, you know, a price increase is justified. And so we got onto the discussion of the increase of shipping costs. So I said, can you flesh this out for me? Because I'm not on good, you know, sure footing with this. And so Marina was explaining to me that, you know, perhaps, you know, your mom and pop or, you know, a store regularly receives an item from wholesaler, you know, wholesaler A, but wholesaler A is out of this product. So what the store owner will do is they will go and find another source, another means to bring this product in, but the price that they're receiving it at from, you know, wholesaler B isn't the same price that they would normally get from wholesaler A. And so the increase in price isn't necessarily that they're trying to make a profit off of us and double the price of Spam, for example, during the public health emergency. It's that they had to go out to a different source to get the Spam. And then so the cost is then reflected in the price that we pay at the counter.
I see.
Yeah.
What other areas do you think are of concern for the public, Carlene?
As far as price gouging goes,
just what else are you guys looking into
in that division?
Well, as you all know, I know, Chris, it's your favorite. So the Consumer Protection Division, you know, we are concerned with making sure that the public is receiving, for lack of a better term, we act as the Better Business Bureau in many ways. And so, you know, we want to be able to make sure that products out there are being accurately advertised so that consumers can make good choices when they go out there and to buy a product. You know, also concerned with, for example, we are heavy in, and I know the AG had mentioned this on the air the other day, you know, we are in the midst of a few lawsuits involving opioids. We have the one particularly against Purdue, you know, where we're trying to hold them accountable for their marketing tactics and price inflation. And so that's just one of, I believe we have 2 or 3 others. Marina, if you can jump in on that and let me know how many we've got going. But that is also something that we're actively doing with the Consumer Protection Division. The Consumer Protection Division is also playing a large role in our PFAS lawsuit. So our lead attorneys locally are housed within the Consumer Protection Division. So you can sort of see this pattern that, you know, they are deeply involved and deeply invested in issues that could affect the community as a whole in its entirety.
Yeah, I want to say there was something that, do you remember there was an incident over at Med Farm
Yeah, there
Right,
was.
and it dealt with
I looked into this. This is really interesting. This was Carlina, and I saw that I got the FOIA from you guys on this, and it is, I mean, right in line with
So
what.
can we take that as official confirmation? We've been.
Yeah, they have been.
You're in receipt.
Yeah, we are. Oh, sorry. Man, I'm terrible at responding. My bad. Yeah, so official confirmation 3 months later.
So there SD blocker.
Right. So
Yeah,
there was
whatever happened to that?
let me just give you the background of what I was able to get on it. Was that the former Senator Dennis Rodriguez's wife's company had brought in these medallions that had claimed to protect people from COVID and other types of illnesses, and then your office had basically dinged them and said, "Hey, you can't make those kind of claims." And then there was a whole back and forth. So that's what I got from it. There was also a federal raid, right? HHS raid.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, and they confiscated these items, which you guys had eventually, through the paper trail, allowed them to be sold after they had adjusted the claims they were making, right? I think, is that accurate?
So real quick, just so that we can clarify. So I believe in our letter, what we did was we said that, here are our recommendations, right? This is a product, based on the advertising that it currently has, because well, first of all, we know very well that there's nothing that prevents or cures COVID, right? And so this product was claiming to do that. Right. And so in our letter, what we did was we provided recommendation, and we said, hey, okay, look, from a consumer protection standpoint, we are concerned that you are marketing this product falsely, and that consumers are buying this product with the pretense that it's going to do something that it simply cannot. Right. So from a consumer standpoint, that is our concern. And so we said, listen, you need to make these changes. If you make these changes, get back to us, and then you can proceed with selling this product. But I believe it specifically states in the letter that they needed to contact us prior to putting this product back out on the market with changes to its marketing and its advertising. And so that is where we are with that case. And
so what do they do, Carlina? Did they put it back out on the shelf and they were like, just kidding about those claims?
Well, they should certainly it should come through our office before it hits the shelves again.
Right.
And so,
I mean, that's kind of boneheaded, though, right? I mean, come on. Of course, nothing cures COVID. We're all sitting around waiting for a vaccine, and you're going to bring in some And I mean, I just want to compartmentalize myself because I don't want to make it awkward for you guys. But I mean, and I reached out to former Senator Dennis Rodriguez about this, and quite frankly, I got a lot of runaround. And then his final response was, "Chris, sorry for not responding to you sooner. My wife is the co-owner of R&R Distributors." And the attorney advised the company to refer any media inquiries to Randy Cunliffe. So that's where we
was this something though that was brought up from someone in the community?
Yeah, did someone go buy one and say, "Hey"?
I believe so. I believe it was a report that came in from somebody in the community who saw it and took a photo and sent it to us. Okay. Yes. So again, a lot of the work that we do begins with reporting from the public, and so. Thank you to the community for making that happen.
Carlina, and I got to give you guys props because you guys did this during the dengue too. There were products that were making these crazy claims about the dengue, and what we saw with Guam EPA, some of the pesticides and the repellents and all that stuff, the mosquito coils. So definitely, you guys are.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you. We are trying. We're doing the best that we can, and like you all, we have pushed through and have never stopped throughout the public health emergency.
All right.
All right. In closing, Marina, I want to give you the floor because Carlina was kind of being a mic hog there.
And yeah, I just want to repeat what Carolina said. I want to commend the public for staying vigilant and being our eyes on the ground for us. And if they have any more complaints, they can submit it to Consumer Protection at oagguam.org.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies. Always a pleasure.
Carl, all Tillich is yours for you for making us.
No, that might be construed as assault. Sabrina. Let's not
I
do
like
that.
getting my ears tealed.
Okay, take care,
I think that's
everybody.
the problem.
Have a great day, listeners.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
Bye.
adjust.
Grandma was like, wait, you like this? Why, what? It's 8:58. We're going to take a short break, and we are coming back with KUAM News' that SD blocker. Dude, you took me back on that one.
Well, I just remembered there was something
There
that,
was,
that
yeah.
happened.
And this was a story I tried to do, but I just got no response from former Senator Dennis Rodriguez, and I basically had to be like, hey, are you going to give me something or not? And that was what we had got. But I mean, I just really was just mind boggled that, really, you're going to bring in necklaces that claim that they cure COVID? And
Well, that's closed out though, right?
yeah, it's closed out anyway.
So,
But it doesn't mean it wasn't wrong, Bree.
Right. Okay. But anybody, if you have any sort of concerns, you can always contact the Consumer Protection Division, and their number's 475-3324.
All right, we'll take a break, and we're coming back with KUAM News' Decision 2020 on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9 KUAM FM, Hagåtña. Good morning, Guam.
NBC Primetime. We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
is to you.
That's a great one, man. Three Little Birds from Live Local Fridays. Amanda, Julian, and Noni on the Breeze 93.9. KUAM News is Decision 2020 candidate interviews. We're just a couple moments away on schedule for this morning. We have Vice Speaker Talina Nelson, newcomer Republican candidate Michelle Armenta, and we start with incumbent Senator Amanda Shelton, and we'll go ahead and bring her on in the Zoom room and start the clock here. Good morning, Senator.
Afide, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
I guess we'll just first start. I mean, you're wrapping up your first term in office. What do you feel are some of the highlights of your service to the people of Guam in this, your first term as a senator?
Thank you very much. It's been a complete honor to be able to serve the people of Guam over the last year and a half. And I'm very proud of the legislation we've been able to pass and the good work our office has done. I think some of the notable things we did, my very first bill when I came into office in the beginning of the term was a bill to protect our Manamku and to protect them from abuse and financial exploitation. And that was something really important to me because I was hearing from the Division of Senior Citizens, I was hearing from Manamku in our community who just felt that they did not have the backing of the law to protect them from this financial exploitation. And I know that in our families, it's kind of a shameful thing to want to talk about and to go against maybe your family member or a close friend who would take advantage of a senior citizen. But I was very, very happy that we were able to pass that bill into law. We've also passed legislation to protect our environment. We changed the renewable energy portfolio standard from 25% to 50% and now to 100% by the year 2045. And I think this is a monumental piece of legislation that will ensure that we're moving forward as an island to more sustainable goals. We've also passed legislation to keep our community safer. There was a loophole in the law to allow convicted sex offenders not to register on the sex offender registry as soon as they were convicted if their case was up for appeal. And I think that it was so important to close that loophole. It was actually working with sexual assault survivors who brought this to my attention, who said, we really need your help because we don't feel safe knowing that they don't have to register. And it would just be easier that if an appeal were to overturn a case, to remove their name instead of putting the community at risk. And so those are just a quick highlight of the efforts. Also helping our youth by including in last year's Budget Act a program for the Summer Youth Employment Program within the government of Guam. Unfortunately, this summer, because of the coronavirus, we've been unable to see that program play out. So hopefully next year. And of course, the latest bill that passed in the last session was the Adzuday Mengafa Act to give the people who were left out of the stimulus for the coronavirus some relief. And these were for dependents of families between the ages of 17 to 24 who were not included. And so I'll be meeting with Reverend Tax this afternoon. The rules and regulations are due this week. So hopefully this is a program that we'll see come to fruition and these checks coming out very, very soon for these families.
I wanted to ask, just to we'll get out of the way, Senator, I know you've done a lot of great things like you had just said in your open there, but with the game rooms, right? So can you disclose what is your connection with any of the game room things? And then how do you kind of a guarantee to the people of Guam, because I know that you can recuse yourself, but that doesn't necessarily stop you from lobbying your colleagues. So I just kind of wanted to get your take on what looks like a conflict of interest and how you address that and plan to address it moving forward.
Sure. Thanks, Chris, for that question. Well, it's no secret. what my name is and the history of a family business, Shelton Music Inc. My name is Amanda Shelton, and so this was a business that my grandparents ran, and then my dad ran for many years, but something that he got out of the business even before I was born. And so, of course, from being in that business, we have many friends and still some other relatives who are in the industry. But no, I don't have any immediate relatives who are in the gaming industry.
How do you define immediate relatives?
Well, according to the law, an immediate relative is a first-degree relation. So I do not have a sibling, a spouse, or a parent who is a game room owner or operator.
Right, Senator, and I think we've come and run into this problem all the time on Guam is I feel the definition of immediate family as it applies to the United States and their family structure, it's not the same as Guam. So while you say that you don't have an immediate family member, can you just disclose again, like I'd asked at the beginning, your relationship to any of these game room businesses? So if you don't have any immediate family members, what family members do you have that have an interest in these businesses?
Sure. Just like any business or any industry throughout the community, we're a very small community, and I have friends and family who are involved in lots of different industries. But yes, I do have aunts and uncles and cousins who are involved in the industry.
And then, so how do you, with that being said, because I didn't see when it was in session, do you recuse yourself from discussions, and then on the flip side, how do the people of Guam know that you're not lobbying behind the scenes for this kind of thing?
Sure. Well, again, like I said, according to the law that's provided for us, I do not have a conflict of interest, but I did attend the public hearing for the bill a few days ago. I did listen to testimony, and right now the testimony period is still open. Then there is the committee report process, and if it is ever to come out of the committee, I think at that time I'll be able to review and make my own decision based on all of the factors in front of me, whether or not I have a conflict. But at this time, according to the law, no.
Right. Yeah, according to the law, but I mean, a common sense, Senator, and God, I don't want to really drive into this, but I mean, according to the law, you might not have a conflict, but again, if you have aunts and uncles in the business, I just think that it would behoove you to kind of recuse yourself from that, because it is what it is. I mean, the appearance of impropriety is all there.
Yes, I can definitely understand the perception, and I will do my best to make that decision when the time comes, and be as objective as possible, and do what I know is right to do.
Okay. So just moving on to education here, what are your plans in kind of making sure the Department of Education gets all the money it needs during this budget process?
Well, yes, thanks for that question, Chris. We've been meeting quite often with the Department of Education. We've had hearings all last week, updates on their CARES Act funding, and talking to them about what their needs are for this budget. And I hope that, our main priorities of the government, health, safety, and education will be the things that we concentrate the most on, and ensure that we give them what all of our students need. We saw a lot of loss of instructional time because of the closure of schools last year, and so I think that's a big priority for me, especially to see that our kids get the instructional time that they need coming up. In this last session, we were able to pass some legislation to fund programs at the University of Guam and the Guam Community College for distance learning, and to beef up their technology on campus to allow for students to have more access to research and to enhance their distance learning opportunities. So I think that was a big achievement for us here. It was just so timely because of the coronavirus crisis and the need for us to be socially distant.
Hi, Senator. I have a question, and it's actually something, you are the committee chair for our Islands Manumco, and this was an issue way back when, and it dealt with Guma Tranquilidad. And I wanted to know, what do you plan on doing to see through, there was a press conference that was held at Guma Tranquilidad. We did a story about concerns about what was going to be done with the property or what was not done with the property. And there was all this talk about all these services that were going to be provided down at Guma Tranquilidad. And I'm wondering if you could tell us, what are you going to do to address what will likely be, because our community is growing older, to address the need for, I guess, assisted living?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question, Sabrina. You're right. Very early on in the term, there was a little bit of controversy about what was going to be done with the Guma Tranquilidad. And for those who are not familiar, this is an area in Tumon, a very beautiful area with homes for our Manamku to live out the golden chapter of their life right on the beach and to be in this serene paradise. And so, there was some discussion about what could be possibly done with that property. And I was very adamant in saying that, we did not want to displace any of our Manamku in these homes. But what I can tell you is that in the next couple of weeks, I will be introducing legislation for a study to be done for assisted living and senior living needs on island. So it's something that I've been talking to our housing chair about, that's Senator Jocelyn Augustine, and I hope to introduce that legislation so that we can have all the data that we need to understand what is necessary for our aging community. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, no, my audio wasn't going out because Chris likes to mute me.
I was just answering the phone. There's a lot of stuff going on. Don't mind us, Amanda. Just a little spat.
No.
Go ahead.
Well, no. I was going to say that's good to hear that there's a study that's going to be conducted.
Senator Schultz, what other types of services do you think that we need to improve on for the Manamco that you kind of have your eye on as you wrap up this term and approach what could be a next one?
Well, I think right now the housing issue is a big priority for me, as well as just different activities to keep them healthy and engaged. Right now, because of coronavirus, they're not in our senior citizen centers. They're not doing the usual bingo and engaging in their quality time with friends. And so I know that is really concerning for a lot of us, because we want them to be social, we want them to be happy. And so getting them back into the centers in the safest way possible is something that I'll be looking at with the the Division of Senior Citizens.
We had a question from our Facebook feed. What will Senator do for the LGBTQ community? I know it's kind of a wide open question, but if you could.
Yeah, that is a wide open question. Thank you very much. I don't have anything specific to tell you in terms of legislation, but I've always been very supportive of the community and any efforts for their advocacy. And so I will continue to do that.
Okay.
To make sure that everyone is treated fairly and that their rights are respected. Absolutely.
Go ahead. I was going to say anything else, any other priorities you plan on focusing on if reelected?
Sure. Thank you very much for that question. My platform, since the first campaign, has always been about advocating for our Manamku. It's been about providing opportunities, meaningful pathways for our young people so that they can find their passion and they can become productive citizens. And so that's something that I will continue to do, and protecting our environment, because this is the foundation that we stand on as an island. We only have so many resources here, and I want to continue to protect that for future generations. So those are my areas of priority, and I will continue to fight for them.
Senator, there's been a lot of discussion about the legislature's role as a check and balance on the other branches of the government. I'm sure we've actually talked to you about this before. What would you say to those critics who are calling out some senators, and they would include you in some of this discussion, senators who just aren't doing what it takes to hold the administration accountable, or calling for enough transparency in terms of the Democrats policing their own in Adelup? So just your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that we have in the legislature been doing our job of oversight. We've had many oversight hearings here that I've attended, and for different agencies, a whole wide variety of agencies here. And so we do have that opportunity, and I meet particularly with the agencies under my committee very frequently to ensure that we're carrying out the mandates and following all the laws that we are committed to provide the services to the people of Guam. So to those who question our transparency, I think that transparency and accountability are values that we have to practice every day as your public servants, and that's something that in my role as a legislature I take very seriously.
All right, Senator, you have 1 minute for your closing comments.
Thank you very much, Bree and Chris, and thank you to KUAM for the opportunity to speak with everyone today. I want to especially thank the people of Guam, all of the voters of Guam, for your support and your trust this last term. It's been an honor to serve you over the last year and a half, and I'm humbly asking for your support one more time in this election cycle. My platform, again, has always been about helping our people, advocating for our Manamku, making sure that they have the services and the support that they need, providing opportunities for our young people to find their passion, to become productive citizens, and protecting our environment. And this is the platform and the mission that I will continue to carry out in the new term if elected. Again, my name is Amanda Shelton. I'm number 9 on the Democrat side of the ballot, and I humbly ask for one of your votes. Sidzua Smasi.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
take care.
Okay, have a good time.
You too. 9:19. It's KUAM News' Decision 2020. I think we're going to take a real quick break, and we'll come back with more candidate interviews next right here on The Link. It's all proudly brought to you by Polka, distributed by Ambrose, ITN, and, of course, Cabo Enterprises. Good morning. It's 9:20.
Mount Carmel GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good vibe can always set my mood on its head. From the morning I wake to and I go to bed.
All right, we're back. It's 9:21. Decision 2020. KUAM News. Remember, we're doing the after party 9 o'clock tomorrow. Good morning. Let's continue with our candidate interviews. She's a newcomer. From the Republican side of things, Michelle Armenta, senatorial candidate. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. I can't see you. Am I supposed to be able to see you?
No.
You're not missing anything on my end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I just wanted to see who I was talking to, but that's okay.
It's all right. So I guess just first of all, maybe introduce yourself for those people, because we have a lot of new candidates who might not know anything about Michelle Armenta. What are the key takeaways to figuring you out?
The key takeaway, some people might know me because I used to be the president of the Vigilance Committee, which focused on transparency. Also, some people might also know me from real estate. I used to be a realtor up until the end of last year. And I'm also finding that some people are recognizing me from a gift shop that I used to work at a Catholic, basically a bookstore. So I used to help out a lot of people doing that. But for the most part, I think anybody who really knows me basically knows that I'm a single mother, and that's my primary function.
Mm-hmm. And so what are your reasons for running?
Well, let me tell you a little story real fast.
All right. I love stories.
So while I was still with the Vigilance Committee, every once in a while I would show up on the TV, and my mom would yell out, "Jim," my brother, "Michelle's on the TV. Let's see what she's talking about." And then my brother would just walk in and say, "Oh, she's probably just complaining about something again." And so that kind of, it was funny, but at the same time, it really wasn't. So it's nice to submit all these FOIAs to get people to request them to do things. But when it comes down to it, like my brother said, I'm basically just complaining. So I need to step it up a bit and run for the Senate and get things done that I feel need to be getting done.
Mm-hmm. So what is your platform?
Well, my platform is basically priorities, frugality, and of course transparency. And with all of that, I think that makes a successful and just it's the core elements for a successful government. So that's what I'm running on.
Michelle,
It isn't anything new, but it's just a matter of actually getting it done.
Right. With the transparency thing, having come from the Vigilance Committee, I'm sure you're very familiar with the shortcomings that the Democratic Party leadership in the legislature has had in terms of holding this Democrat administration accountable in terms of calling for the transparency. We saw some things late in the COVID where they were able to rally around Senator Theresa Lahi's transparency bill. But for the most part, what do you think, or where do you think the legislature has failed to really be that check and balance with this administration?
Well, see, one of the bills that I do want to work on when I get in was to protect our rights that you would think that already would be protected in the Constitution, but apparently they can be taken from us at any given point by an executive order. So I would like to focus on our right to religious freedom. I would like to, granted the right to bear arms wasn't an issue, but that's kind of near and dear to my heart a little bit. So I'd like to keep that strengthened. And a right to privacy, because I know there's going to be a lot of issues, regarding COVID. I also would like to put a time limit on how long you can submit an executive order to lock down the entire economy. Now, granted, I think the legislature should have some say in that after a given time. So that's one of the things that I would like to bring up as far as transparency goes in the legislature.
You also mentioned that one of your priorities platform will be focusing on frugality. Can you just give us a little bit more, be more specific in terms of where you feel that the government should be more frugal?
Well, I know that so we're getting ready we're in a financial crisis. We're only getting the benefit of the federal government and their generosity to help us out. But eventually that's going to run out. And I do know that a majority of the spending does come from wages and benefits. And I know a lot of people are freaking out a little bit about, okay, well, who are you going to fire? Who are you going to let go? And I think the problem too with government is a lot of people like to start with this huge idea of how we can fix a problem. And we really need to just start a little bit at a time, because sometimes that's all you really need to fix a problem. And the issue is we need to assess the situation, and then we need to target the problem, and then we need to fix it. And I think that, okay, so there have been some pay discrepancies that have come up. And from what I understand, it comes up during audits. And I don't understand why there aren't financial financial statements that are being held accountable on a regular basis. And I think that we need to look at everybody's pay, make sure that everybody's getting paid according to their job. We need to make sure that, we need to, and they're going to have to start making some pay cuts, and we need to start at the very top and start working down. So that's my plan.
When you say start from the very top, are you talking about like salary cuts?
I'm talking about salary cuts.
Specifically, like which employees of the government of Guam do you think should be the first to take a salary cut?
I want to look at the top earners.
You mean the governor's cabinet?
I'm not talking about the government employee who's making $30,000 a year, and we're going to start there, and then we'll see where we can go. But there's got to be some people out there who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars that probably it doesn't even fit the job description.
Mm-hmm. What about government reorganization? Do you see, we've often heard about government reorganization over the years. Do you see agencies that you feel we don't need, or agencies that could be combined?
Well, I think that a lot of the situation that's going on right now is a lot of agencies that may have been dormant are now being revitalized. And I think that needs to be examined. I don't want to give any specifics on that at the moment, but especially when they start, not even reinventing, but bringing back these organizations they've been dormant for a reason. We don't need it. So we need to analyze that. And sometimes it's really hard, or actually I should say it's really easy to say, well, let's take this department and merge it together. When you look at all of the employees and you're actually talking to the employees, they're saying, well, we're understaffed and we're too busy, and they're not hiring people to fill the positions where other people are retiring, and they're just putting everything on. I have family that work for the government of Guam. So these are the things that I hear. But another issue that we have to realize is that we are also working with a system that is extremely outdated. And that's when we need to actually update our system so that everybody, they're talking to each other. And a lot of times too, when you're going into an organization, you go in with certain expectations. And sometimes I'll even get online so I can prepare myself before I stand in line for 3 hours, only to get sent back. And by the time I get to the front, they're telling me, I'm sorry, you need this document and that document and this document. And it's like, well, why didn't you tell me this to begin with? It's not even on your website. I mean, something as simple as that. And that's what I'm talking about. You can just start at the very bottom, and then you can work your way up to the top. You address the situation, you acknowledge what the situation is, you address the situation, and then you fix it.
Michelle, I'd interviewed you. I think it was, it might have been late last year. This is when the Bureau of Women's Affairs Director Jane Flores was trying to bring an abortion doctor to Guam. Yes. And so you have a very strong pro-life background. That being said, I know that we had asked you to kind of tell the people a little bit about yourself, and you did. I felt like it was a little too little. So maybe go back to your upbringing and tell us how you were raised and held on to those pro-life beliefs that, I mean, you were all over that story, and you're not ashamed at all. Very proud to say. So just tell us a little bit about your upbringing, Michelle.
Okay, well, the reason why I kept it so brief is because when I don't, I really go off on it. And I know you guys just want me to keep it to a minute. My upbringing was, I was born in Albuquerque. So I'm half Chamorro. My mom's from, she's a Borja from Senahania, and my dad is from Albuquerque. My dad was a Navy sailor who came here, fell in love with a local girl. They moved to Albuquerque. He got out of the Navy, had me, and then came back immediately after. So I basically grew up on Guam until my dad, where he was a police officer, and then we ended up moving back to the States, and he joined the military again. So we were on and off Guam, for a few years. So I went to high school here also. I just didn't go to junior high. And then I ended up graduating in Las Vegas. And that's where I ended up joining the Army National Guard and going to school out there. And then eventually I came back And when I was living in Seattle, that's when I had my son. So I did some moving around. And that's when I realized how precious life was. I was going through all the stages with my son online as I was pregnant with him. And this also made me realize back when I was younger that I was actually scheduled to have an abortion, and I didn't realize how far along I was. And why are you doing this to me?
No, but people want to know who you are.
Yeah,
I mean, we're trusting you with our future, right? So we want to know who you are.
And this is real, and I think this is a real insight into why you believe so strongly.
Yeah. So I was young. I wasn't in high school or anything like that, but I was young, and I really didn't think much of it because the idea was, oh well, you're not that far along, and it's really basically just tissue, and it ended up, I didn't ended up going through with it because I ended up having a miscarriage. And it's just, ever since then, that's when it hit me that, yeah, people understand that you get a lot more information online now. As far as what's going on, but there's still a lot of times when you're pregnant and you're not planning on becoming pregnant, and then you get pregnant, and then it's like, okay, well, I'll just take care of this, and then problem solved, not even realizing all the dangers that I'm putting towards myself, and the fact that I'm actually making the intentional decision to kill my child, which is the part that really disturbs me now. So even though I didn't go through with it because of the miscarriage, the fact that I came that close to doing it just really gets to me. And my whole thing was, I know that if I had just gone to my mom the way I should have, she would have supported me, but I was just too scared. And now we have to make sure that women know that there are places to go to here on the island to help you out, to get free pregnancy tests, to let you know where it is you are in your pregnancy, and how big your child actually is and how developed they are. And even at 5 weeks, they have a heartbeat, which is also why I really want to get on the heartbeat bill. So, and that's one of my frustrations also was, I was talking to some senators, and we at the Catholic pro-life committee, we just didn't see it go anywhere. And it wasn't just one bill, it was a couple of them. And I really want the heartbeat bill. So that in a sense would be my baby.
Michelle Armenta here, Republican candidate for senator. Michelle, we've got a minute and a half. If you wanted to give your closing statement, you can do that now.
Well, I just want to say, I know that I don't have a lot of the political experience that a lot of people typically look for. But also one of the reasons, that I think I should get in is because I'm also for a citizen legislature. And I think if we provide that part-time legislature, we can get the professionals and the experts that we need in the legislature so that we can actually have better options to who we can vote for and who we can trust these ideas, so that they're more in tune with the community, and they're spending less time with the legislature and focusing on the community. So I think that's where a lot of the disconnect is. I have no intention of being a career politician. I really just want to go in, do what I got to do, get it done, and then get out. So that's my goal. So if that's something that is interesting to you, and I have other ideas also, which I would love to share with people, but obviously we don't have time, then I would love to get together with some people. So please vote for me, Michelle Armenta, Republican ticket, number 13.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll see you. Good luck.
See you in, after the primary. Wow.
Yeah. And that's why
I'm so glad you asked that, because I was feeling like, okay, I really don't know who she is, other than she's a single mother, that she did real estate. She was with the Vigilance Committee, and she worked at a a store.
Yeah.
So-
And I mean, I didn't know Sabrina. I just know that when I interviewed her about this issue of this abortion doctor, she was just so passionate and she spoke with such conviction that I kind of thought there had to be something there that personally tied her to this issue. And yeah, I mean, that's a lot of insight into her character. So there you go. 9:30, and that's the whole purpose of these candidate interviews right here. I mean, you know, we could just go on and say, hey, yeah, I would ask you a bunch of nice questions, throw you some softballs, yay, biba, 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 but no.
Now I feel like I know her a little, you know.
Right, yeah.
Not know her, but know her a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's what all we're trying to do here is, you know, especially for these new candidates, to, you know, give you guys a little insight into who they are. I mean, and hopefully who they really are. It's 9:39. We'll close out our last candidate interview. Just a little background here. Every single incumbent senator agreed to come on to KUAM News' Decision 2020 candidate interviews. The only one who did not, and she was actually scheduled for right now, is incumbent Senator Mary Torres. And I don't know what, she didn't provide a reason. She just said that she wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I'd offered another date to kind of work around in case her schedule. I didn't get a response. So it is what it is.
We'll try again.
Yeah, we will. And that being said, let's move on to our last interview for today. Incumbent Senator, she's the Vice Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Senator Talina Nelson. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, Talina.
Hi, good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning.
Let's just start at the beginning. You know, your second term. How do you think your performance has been, and what do you anticipate doing if elected to another term in the Guam Legislature?
You know, I feel that I got a little sidetracked with the impact of the pandemic, COVID-19. There was a lot more work that we wanted to accomplish. And new items keep on popping up. And so we're never done with the work. But I noticed that during this term, there was a great need for unemployment benefits and unemployment insurance. And so that I'm hoping that if elected in the next term, that we would focus on finding a way to implement some unemployment insurance program for our island, and also work a little bit more harder on rehabilitation programs. I still like to work with DOE. They're a huge agency, and there's a lot of checks and balances that are required. So I'd like to I haven't fully understood how the money is processed through DOE. They receive around 32% of our taxpayers' dollars, and there's always a need for more. And so really, I haven't really understood this $100 million shortfall that they are always lacking with their request, even though they are offset by a lot of grants, consolidated grants. And so also the transitioning from a lot of the DOE students going into charter schools. So how do we balance the appropriation when a DOE loses a student and he goes into charter schools and it's at half the cost, sending your child to a charter school? So these are just some of the avenues I'd like to look in, but definitely more focused on rehabilitation programs and just doing what we can to serve the island. Mm-hmm. There's so much work that we do that goes on behind the scenes, helping constituents and, from assisting them into power agreement payments and water payments. And so these are just some of the items, and even some dealing with domestic violence, and just helping them find the right avenues to look for, or the right programs or agencies to look for assistance.
Mm-hmm. Vice, in your first term, I felt like you were a really firm hand on for public safety, right? And with the divvying up of the committees for this term, obviously it was a little bit different. Looking forward, if elected to another term, what committees and agencies are you going to be trying to get oversight over? Because I really felt like public safety was kind of like your center, and for whatever reason, I feel like there's just been a lack of anything really with public safety.
And I just wanted to follow up on that because you said the COVID kind of sidetracked everybody, right? But you were on a roll, I thought, with the oversight hearings you were having over at the Department of Corrections, with the erroneous releases, and then the whole thing with the Jotnya mayor. It really bothers me that I haven't seen any resolution or any answers as to what exactly was going on with DOC and people being able to pay people so they could get out for a couple of days. And then the allegations involving the judiciary and GPD. I mean, what will you do, or what do you plan to do to close the door on this corruption or these allegations of corruption, or get to the bottom of what exactly happened? Because the people deserve better.
Yes, and we have a new acting director, Joe Carbolito, and he has really stepped up to the plate and providing a real oversight and management and operational transition. And so, well, I guess since I'm the vice chair of the committee, I guess it feels like I'm doing all the work here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Vice, is I think
you stepped up.
Yeah, and what we have here is we have this whole issue, and I feel like the only reason why we can't close the door on it is because Senator Pito's son is involved, and it's terrible. It really is. I mean, we've, in effect, have not really done anything with public safety at the legislature, since the time we're talking about. So how do we, as the vice chair, and the reason why we're asking you is because we can't ask Senator Pito because he's compromised.
And not only that, when all this came out, you were holding these oversight hearings.
And I remember when you were the chair of public safety in your previous term, you were really going to task and, holding the police department and the chief accountable, which is something we have not seen at all this term.
So just as a recap, there was an issue with some of the, I guess it seemed more of a character issue with the director of DOC at that time. And so a lot of the leadership in the Department of Corrections, wanted a different director, basically. And so that was the whole purpose of the oversight. I really believe that Samantha Brennan really tried to turn things around. And she really tried, to meet the needs of not just the inmates, but also the employees. But it was just, it appeared that the director and the deputy director were not of the same mind and same mission and vision. And so when the whole situation came up with the deputy director being compromised, and then somehow the warden came into play. And so these were the things that they are doing the investigations on the, alleged revolving door at the halfway house. I think it was post 9. And so really, the director at that time started to build a fence around the post 9, which really wasn't the intent of the halfway house. And so, of course, a lot of people did not feel that that was the right decision to make. But, the end state was, well, we got to stop these people from leaving. And, DOC is severely understaffed, and underfunded. And so that was the option that, she felt and, that she had to do to protect the community. And because the issue was just by the action of the those that are in the halfway house, they weren't following the rules. And so she felt that perhaps that was the best way to protect our DOC officers there. I do know that DOC has been able to recruit more officers, but they still need more assistance. I've spoken with the acting director now, and he has been very accommodating to understanding the needs of the inmates, and
and in one instance, we had several phone calls from inmates saying that they missed a dinner meal because the food was spoiled. And so, I called the director and I wrote him a letter and I asked him, there has to be, what is the SOP for these things? What is your second corrective action if this should happen again? Who are you in contract with for providing meals? And so he was very responsive. And I asked him also if he could accommodate these inmates who missed a dinner meal with an extra meal the next day, or, as soon as you're able to get your hands in control of the situation. And he did. The inmates called back and they said, we were given our extra meals. So he's doing things in a very humane way. He understands the needs of the inmates. I know that he has a lot of respect and support from the leadership and Department of Corrections. He's moving also to see what we can do for a master plan. And really that's an executive branch function to move forward to improve the prison construct. And some countries have started a prison construct where they're no longer kept in cells. They're kept into rooms and, treated like humans and not animals. And so this also helps reduce the recidivism in those countries that have, implemented these measures. And so really it's an avenue to, yes, they've done a great harm to society. Some of them are addicts. Majority of them are addicts, actually, or are in, majority of them are addicts. And so, really, you don't teach an addict a lesson by putting him in a cell, and if it's a nonviolent crime and whatnot. But no, we do have a lot to work on the checks and balances and transparency. And so I did public safety the first term, just, to understand how it worked. And I think that we did a lot of work, and we really did do a lot of work. I mean, it was very challenging for me. I mean, to be called by J.I. Cruz to step down, and at the same time, he's shutting down precincts for a political ploy. Right. And, various, and the director of DOC to step down as public safety chair. It was just very, it was a challenging time, but I knew that what we were doing was the right thing. And so I stuck with it. And we also did a lot of work to help our public safety officers. And so, I was hoping that maybe I can move to another agency to understand really how the government of Guam works, how it functions, and to see the challenges that it has, and to try to address the challenges of the past, but also the current challenges that are today. And so I've been focusing a lot on Department of Education because for me, our children need an education, especially in light of this COVID, and their safety is my foremost concern. They go home to their parents, and we don't want to see children getting sick from this COVID. So, I'm holding roundtable discussions and roundtable hearings and informational hearings with Department of Education just about every week, just as we transition into the next school year, covering all areas of safety, curriculum, special education, and the budget, and the Education Finance Supervisory Commission. And so, that is where I'm putting my focus, and also trying to find ways before the term ends to get appropriation for Lighthouse and Oasis. It's just really moving forward to seeing the need today. The need today is, there has been studies in the United States that because of COVID, people are going into depression. People are using or are purchasing excessive amounts of alcohol, and people are also turning to drugs during this time more often than usual.
Vice, we have a minute. Sorry for your closing.
Sorry.
No, I'm just letting you know we got a minute. So go for it.
Okay, so that's my concern is how do we help our community, and I would implore the chair of public safety to hold the same series of roundtable hearings with the police department and DOC in all areas that he covers, and Department of Military Affairs, especially because the National Guard has been participating in a lot of the COVID responses.
Okay, thanks, Vice Speaker. Are we out of time?
Thank you.
Yeah, we are.
Have a good
Okay.
day. God
You
bless.
too.
Have a good day.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Let's see you, Vice. That's the wash your hands, wear your mask. 9:53, Vice Speaker Talina Nelson there with her candidate interview. And we're really kind of focused a lot on public safety with her. She's the vice chair of the Public Safety Committee at the legislature. I thought it was really interesting, though, and how she had hearkened back to her first term. And we all remember
No,
that.
but that first term, or was it?
That was her first term, yeah. She was the public safety chair?
Yeah, but she was the public safety vice chair holding oversights over DOC.
In this term, because
Yeah, in
the
this term.
chair had to recuse
Right, right.
himself, right? But
And that happened last year,
Yes,
or
it was.
earlier this year.
Yeah.
When all of these allegations were coming out.
Yeah. So what I thought was interesting was she talked about in her first term how it's no secret, they just went hard on, because it was a Republican administration. And she had talked about, calling out former Chief J.I. Cruz. And I just think it's interesting. Again, this is a lot of the conversation is why aren't we seeing this same posturing now? We haven't seen I haven't even seen the chief of police, and it's been months.
Yeah. Did they
I don't
ever
even
have an
see-
oversight hearing over the Guam Police Department?
No, I don't think so.
Or the
yeah.
judiciary or any of this?
I mean, I think Senator
It really
Teresa.
does bother me.
It does, and it's fishy. It's fishy as hell. I'm telling you, it's fishy. Like I told you guys, I feel like the drug dealers are sipping champagne right now because there's just an awful lot of people who are an awful lot of quiet right now, and it's highly suspicious. 9:54. So tomorrow, no candidate interviews. We're bringing back the after party. All right, and as always, we'll get a bunch of our friends to come in and just really talk smack for an hour, for the lack of a better description. And since we've done these candidate interviews, Bree, in-office voting at the Guam Election Commission?
Well underway. It's going on now, and we did a link on location with the good old staff over at the Guam Election Commission just to give you a tutorial, I guess you could say, on what to expect.
Right, and we're going to leave you guys with this. So on the radio side of this video is over, we're going to go right into your go-to jam on the Breeze 93.9. Again, this is the link on location of the Guam Election Commission. Good job today, Sabrina. Good job to our digital stream team, Jason Solis, Joe Sir, Ken Janier, our guys in Master Control, our reporters who give us all the news to talk about here, but most especially to you guys. Remember, we got to wear the masks. We got to social distance. We got to, wash our hands, wash our thumbs, wash your fafa. We got to make sure that, if we don't have to go anywhere, don't. Okay, we heard straight from the doctor, one of the doctors who sits on the Governor's Physicians Advisory Council. He doesn't like people gathering. We're up to gatherings of 50 now, and he says he's going to go into that meeting tonight and he's going to say, no, we need to roll it back. We need to limit the size of gatherings. Well, let's beat them to it. Let's do our part, okay? 9:56. That being said, my name is Chris. Sabrina, good job.
Good job.
And we'll leave you with this link on location from the Guam Election Commission. Joe. Of course, we're here at the GCIC building now. Ms. Maria Pangilinan, the Executive Director of the Guam Election Commission. Now, there are obvious COVID-19 precautionary measures in place. For example, when you come to do the in-office voting here at the GEC, you guys are screening people downstairs before they even get into the building, right?
That's correct. So we will have people downstairs. They will have a thermometer, and we will have hand sanitizers down there, and before they come up. So our people will notify us who will be coming up if there's a big crowd. If not, they'll just let them come on up.
Are you anticipating a big crowd, though?
As of 5 o'clock yesterday, the first day we were taking appointments, we made 42 appointments. So 42 appointments over the first week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the following week we had a few too. So are we expecting a big crowd? We're wanting to be ready as much as we can.
And there are different slots available. So I know the earlier part of the day is reserved for Manumco voting. and then you have the appointment voting, and then a walk-in, I believe, is 4 to 7. But you guys are really stressing for people to make appointments, right?
That's correct. It's best if we make appointments. It'll save the voter quite a bit of time, because as you call our office, when you make the appointment, we will begin to pre-fill your application. And just so you know, you'll have to fill out at least 2 full forms. You have to sign a logbook and just do a bunch of things when you get here.
If you could just walk us through the law, because this law was recently enacted because of concerns about COVID.
That's correct. So Bill number 35-95 was passed into law July 20th, the night of July 20th. So since July 20th, even on July 21st, the Guam Election Commission has been busy planning and preparing for Thursday, July 30th. The intent of the law is to minimize the spread of COVID. Instead of the 50-some thousand voters attempting to all go on one day, we will spread the voters over 30 days. And so over 30 days making appointments, hopefully we don't get the crowded situations that people are anticipating at the polls.
All right, so we get our screening outside the building here, the GCIC, then we come up, and if you could just walk us through whatever happens next to do the in-office voting.
Sure. We will go up to the 3rd floor and come into the room. And in the room, there will be 2 different sections. One section is for those with appointments, and they will stand in line. We can take up to 10 voters every half hour, up to 20 voters in an hour. So we will have a section for social distancing for 10 people right along the wall. The major part of the room is we put together some marks so that we can take care of those for walk-ins in the evening starting at 4 o'clock. Proceed, our staff at Station 1 will call us and they will take over.
Okay. Sabrina Salas Matsanani. Hi.
For civic duty of voting.
I need your ID.
My ID, here you go.
Thank you.
So here's where you make sure I'm a registered voter.
This is for, yeah. It's not your ID. 1974. Okay, here, have you registered in Jotnya? If you don't already have an application, we're going to fill it out. It will be primary election, your name, Jotnya, pursuant to public law, all this information, driver's license, date of birth, place of birth, and your address and contact number. We try and fill this out beforehand, especially for the ones with appointments, because we do it over the phone.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have it up here already. If you don't, we'll have you fill it out, like if you're in the walk-in line. Okay. After that, we're going to have you fill out this, almost the same information, your name, place of residence, date of birth, all the way down. Just the qualifications that you're not incompetent, you're not a criminal, that you're a registered voter, and on the account of Public Law 3595. In other instances and in office, it would be going off island, disabled, elderly, stuff like that. The qualifications for regular in-office voting, but in this case, it'll be Public Law 3595. Okay. You will receive this with a ballot envelope where your ballot will go into. After that, we make you sign. This is an old logbook. It's just your name, that you were here, just for us to kind of keep track. Immediately after that, I will give you all of this, your application, your affidavit envelope, and you will go to Station 2 to receive your ballot.
Okay, thank you so much.
And your ID.
Thank you. Okay, we're heading over to Station 2 after checking in. Hello.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Okay, so on your application, it's going to indicate your precinct here. This will tell the ballot distributor what precinct to pull from for your ballot. Today, I only have sample ballots for you, but I will give you all the instructions as if you were voting. So this is your official 2020 primary election ballot. Please do not fold or bend it. There are 2 ballots. On the partisan ballot, vote for candidates of one party only. If you vote on both sides of the ballot, the entire ballot will not be counted. Please vote for no more than 15 senators, no more than 1 mayor, no more than 1 vice mayor, no more than 1 delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives. For the nonpartisan ballot, please vote for no more than one public auditor. When you are done voting, you are to place both ballots into the ballot envelope, and you are to take your entire packet to the notary station where they will seal and execute your affidavit.
Wow. Okay. This is much different than just regular voting.
So
Okay.
now, any of the voting booths are open as you're the only voter here.
Okay.
And when you're done, you can proceed to station.
All right. So this is where I go and vote. No media allowed. All right, so I voted.
I won't get mad if you write me in.
Station 3, notary.
Good evening. I'm going to place your ballot into the ballot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I already screwed up. Okay.
So we're going to seal it, and this will not be open until election day.
Okay. So you seal it. I don't seal it. I just stick it in there.
Yes, we'll assist you in the sealing, but if you like, you can do it yourself. If you.
Okay. Triple X.
Okay, you can go and deposit your ballot into the ballot box.
Okay. All right, so I just put it in the box. I'm good to go?
You're good to go.
All right, thank you so much. I did want to ask, though, about people with disabilities, and they can't come up here and they can't vote. So what's the process?
We're also doing curbside voting downstairs. We're trying to configure it towards the annex side because the wind is kind of crazy here. So we're setting up canopies. We're working on taking control of West Soledad Avenue. We don't know how crazy it's going to be, but curbside is usually limited to the persons with disabilities, the elderly who can't come up and vote. We ask that curbside individuals that want to vote curbside set an appointment so that we can easily manage intake and get your application ready and bring the ballot down to you.
Okay. And once again, if you could run through the hours of voting and the days, because this starts on July 30th up until the 28th, right?
Okay, so starting July 30th, Monday to Friday from 9 to 10 will be reserved for the Manamku. Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. is where we're scheduling voting by appointment. And then Monday to Friday, 4 to 7 p.m. is where we're going to take in walk-ins. We ask that everyone try and set an appointment to help mitigate the spread of the virus and help us control how much people are here. And then Saturdays we are also open. From 9 to 10 again, it'll be Manamku hour. And then from 10 to 12:30 is where we set the voting by appointment.
Okay. Anything else people should know? I know no mask, no entry.
Oh, okay. So before coming, 3 things you need to do. You need to make sure you bring your photo ID. You need to get screened downstairs. There will be staff with an election commission sign asking where you're going, and you'll get screened. And then we ask the voters to bring a mask and if you can, bring your own writing instruments.
Okay, yeah, bring a pen.
Yeah.
Black, blue.
Black or blue pen.
Okay, anything else?
No?
That's it?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Or, there you go. Or elbow. For more information, all you got to do is go to gec.guam.gov.